shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go, got it, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. FAO, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
FTO, hear you loud and clear, 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well, thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return.
When you try your best but you don't succeed. When you get what you want but not what you need. When you feel so tired but you can't sleep. Stuck in reverse. And the tears come streaming down your face. When you lose something you can't replace. When you love someone but it goes to waste. Could it be worse? Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you. And high up above or down below, when you're too in love to let it go. But if you never try, you'll never know just what you were. Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you. Tears stream down your face when you lose something you cannot replace. Tears stream down your face, and tears stream down your face. I promise you I will learn from your mistakes. Tears stream down your face, and lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you. What an amazing audience. Thank you so much. Thanks for sitting in the back up there, everybody. And thanks for giving us that amazing performance to this tune. Goodbye and good night.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those edges. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Oh, man. The title for the day today. It is Humpty Dumpty has fallen again. A group of us got into the back of the big tramp on yesterday night at around 7 my time, Central Standard Time. Part of the reason was we wanted to see what GME was going to start trading at, and the markets had already opened like an hour or two previous in the other side of the world. And we sat there and we watched. And this is what I pulled up on the screen for everybody last night. What we have here on the page in the candles is the Nikkei being down, really kind of starting the big trend that it had around 2000 Eastern Standard Time, and then taking the big plummet here, big time, and falling quite a bit, 11 something percent. Let me see, 10.5% ish. 10 point, somewhere around there, right? And then of course shortly thereafter, around 9 o'clock, Bitcoin started taking a tumble, and then after that, the VIX. Actually, the VIX started kind of going around the same time that the Bitcoin started falling. Bitcoin broke past a significant level of support that I had mentioned to you guys previously. 52.8K a coin was the magic number that was going to kind of tell us that it was moving in a direction that was contrary to where many people thought it was going to be moving towards. VIX started taking off, currently showing up on TradingView at 56.91. Another bad prediction. This is a bad prediction on my part. Last week I told you guys that I didn't believe that the VIX was going to be gapping up above 35 until after we saw about 5 trading days or thereabouts, once it broke past 19 on Friday. And you can see, obviously, this morning gapping up to 63.67 and then pulling back down a little bit to 54.16. 35 is a very significant number on the VIX. Historically speaking, when it breaks above 35 is usually when the market begins to have a little bit of a meltdown. Obviously, numbers that are as high as 63, 67 are actually approaching some of the highest numbers historically that the VIX has ever seen. As you can see back here, COVID went up to as high as 85.47 at the peak. Right? So, and then you've got 2008 had a peak of 89.53, which is one of the all-time highs of the 2008 market crash. And then you've got the 2000.com bubble is right here, and didn't even hit beyond 50. It only went up to as high as 49. Looks like it went as high as 49.35. So you can see something very unique is happening right now, and this is each one of these candles represents a weekly candle. This is unprecedented. What's happening right now? And I told you guys that when the market went down that we would see, I believe that we would see the highest VIX number that we have ever seen in the marketplace, and I still maintain that. I do believe that we will see the highest VIX values than we have ever seen before it's all said and done. But the markets are not doing well right now. The Japan carry trade is going to be talked about quite a bit as being probably the catalyst for this movement. There's a lot of people who are already talking about emergency rate cuts. Last week I gave you guys a prediction that by 8:28, 2:30 in the afternoon Eastern Standard Time that Jerome Powell would come on with a red tie and cut rates by 25 basis points. And now they're calling for him to come in and cut rates by as much as 50 points within the next week. So that will only add to the existing worse conditions that you're seeing right now in the marketplace. It'll worsen
what happens to the market if that should happen. So if you think this is a lot, just wait. Just you wait until they cut those rates, because once they cut those rates, it's going to show that there's an existing bigger problem in the marketplace to all the financial institutions that are out there, and that's when all hell will break loose. Historically speaking, emergency rate cuts don't happen often. They really don't. And when they do, that's when markets usually tend to tumble. I wrote this out last week, expecting this to happen sometime this week. I didn't expect it this soon, but I'm going to go ahead and read it to you because I went ahead and posted it on Twitter. But this is something I wrote up in advance because I was expecting it to come. As I've shown you on multiple occasions, it wasn't hard to figure out that this was happening or coming, especially as early as, I think I was telling you VIX was going to break 52.8 as far back as June, late June. Bitcoin's performance during a market downturn suggests that it behaves more like a risk asset than a safe haven. This raises questions about its reliability as an inflation hedge, as its price may be influenced more by market sentiment than by inflationary pressures. As I've said before, financial institutions, when push comes to shove, will tap into the store of value generated by common crypto investor. If you're not a government or a financial institution, you're at the bottom of the pyramid with no hopes of ever seeing massive gains in crypto ever again. That is, until the manipulation from those entities are forced out through a reset of price. Luckily, apes are here, and we're demanding that reset. The bleeding of the market is evidence that the market is full of manipulators. It will be a painful process for many retail investors, both in the market and in crypto, around the world. Around the world. So I'm reaching out to apes now to say, do not gloat, do not cheer, be humble about this process, because you will be the future in repairing the world around you. Be wise and be patient, but be passionate, super passionate in what it is that you're doing. We've worked so hard for this, guys. We have. Don't let it slip. Hold tight. I get passionate. I get passionate, sorry. It's just, it's who I am as a nature, you know? All right, let's see. I'm going to go over to the back of the big tramp. Got a slew of people in there. Howdy, y'all. Top of the day to you. Oh,
Hello.
There we go. I come back over here, everybody's all silent. Good morning, Yuck. Look at that. Yuck is even in here early, 8:49 in the morning, and he's already in here.
What's up?
Holy crap.
Good morning.
It's crazy.
A long story short, wait for the market to open, I place an order. They take my money, they don't give me shares, they don't give me nothing. I can't even see the order I placed, but they took the money.
Oh, of course. Yeah, right? Yep. We'll take your money very gladly. Thank you very much. We'll, it's like, dude, you're probably not aware of PyPy, right? There was a character in PyPy where he's, I'll take it. What does he say? I'm trying to remember what he says.
Gladly pay you for a burger on Tuesday or something.
Yeah, I'll
That would be wimpy.
Wimpy, yes, Wimpy. Good old Wimpy.
Gladly pay you back Thursday for a hamburger today.
There it is.
Yeah.
Good old Wimpy.
I
take
can't
now.
get into any of my accounts.
I kept seeing that. I saw people from Fidelity and Schwab all talking about how they're unable to log into their accounts. I'm going to attempt to log into mine to see what happens. Do note that if you're
take away the buy button if you can't log in, right?
Right.
So
I'm going to try to log in through my computer. Do note that we've had this problem with apps in the past, and apps do not deal well with flow. And so
my computer.
I am attempting to log into mine right now, and we'll see what happens here. See if it.
Casey, are you live on YouTube right now, or is that shut down also?
I'm live.
Okay, I can't find it.
All right, I am logged into my account, I think.
There we go.
Okay, yeah, I'm logged into my account through my computer. So if you're having problems getting on through an app, either through Schwab or Fidelity, try a computer, because computer for me is working.
Firing up the old box now. Thanks.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to have problems with their internet. I mean, there's you guys got to realize, all right, the whole market's burning. The whole market's burning. Everybody wants to make a trade right now, and so if you're trying to attempt to get into your account through a mobile device, then I think what's happening is that they're probably getting an overload. And I'm not sure about that. Maybe Preacher could talk more about this, but I would imagine that they have servers that deal with mobile device app logins differently than how they would deal with them through maybe per se a computer login. But if that's the case, then what they're probably having a problem is a little bit of a problem with overload of compared to what they can handle.
They bought their tickets. They knew what they were getting into.
shit's on fire, yo.
I say, let them crash.
Good morning, Censored Content. Good morning, Magic. Good morning, Preacher. Good morning, Pro Jeweler, Quack Quack, Rex, Tom, Yucca. Good morning to all of you.
Good morning.
Hey, just to confirm, my app is down too.
So Robinhood is working.
Charles Schwab is down.
NC Proud Dad says, how did the quarterly report look for AMC last week? I missed it. We beat estimates. I don't have all the numbers. I actually was I was out at a water park last week, and I actually haven't sat down this weekend to take a look at it. There was so much other stuff that was going on in my life, and also some of the things happening around the world that was keeping my attention away from it. I went back and listened to the shareholder meeting twice. Once when I was getting ready to go to sleep, and so I fell asleep through it. The second time when I was getting ready to go take a nap, and I fell asleep through it. So I haven't actually been able to make it through the entire shareholder meeting without falling asleep on it. But we beat estimates, but the numbers weren't as good as we would have probably all liked to have seen. But mainly, most of that's all still relating to some of the downtrend in the movie theater business over the strike. Somebody read off the box office mojo numbers yesterday, last night when we all got together in the back of the Big Tramp, and we were already at like 1.3 billion for this quarter or something like that. And so what I'm going to suggest is that we're going to see an epic Q3. If I had to guess, I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna throw out just like a random statement and say like we may have an all-time breaking Q3 ever, and if we do, that's going to be extremely awesome. Even if we don't, we're still on a path right now to seeing amazing numbers. We know there's some great movies that are coming out, and we've already had some great movies that have come out that are going to bolster this Q3. So really what you should be looking, I mean, regardless of what Q1 and Q2 look like this year because of the strikes, Q3 and Q4 are going to be a lot better. And as Adam Aaron has stated before, the lineup that we have going into next year is absolutely stellar. Nat Nail says, hi, Casey. Probably less than 2 weeks now. Laugh out loud. Well, you know me, though. It's always 2 weeks. Roadrunner says, my theory is that those brokers, when big volatility hits, they want to get ahead and block people from making more money. I don't know. I hate to blame them for that, but there might be some truth in there, maybe. Yunhua says, Alien is my top to see, then Beetlejuice, probably see Crow and Lord of the Rings and some others. I definitely want to go see the Beetlejuice. The Alien movie is on my list. In fact, actually, Melissa and I we paid for tickets to go see it, I think, already. I know I bought tickets this weekend for something. Hold on, what did I buy them for? Yeah. I'm seeing Alien Romulus on opening night, August 15th. So I've already got tickets for that. And when I went to go buy the tickets, remember, this is for a movie that doesn't come out for another 10 days from now. I bought them over this weekend, and there were hardly any. There was only one movie showing time for that particular night, but there was hardly any good seats left. We had to pick end of the row seats. NC Proud Dead says, how about having Robert Downey Jr. playing Doctor Doom in the new Marvel movie Secret War? I actually just read something just yesterday that said that he's out now. Apparently they've already decided to replace him or something. I'm not sure exactly what that's all about, but... Pro Jeweler, what are you cleaning?
Silent in a ring. I'm just happy to be at work. And
oh, you're happy to have a job because unemployment rate's so high? Yeah.
No, the hurricane came through here, so we're back at work today.
How bad did it hit you guys? Well, I thought it was just a tropical storm. Was it a tropical storm, or did it actually turn into a hurricane grade?
It went it passed us. It was tropical storm, and then it hit her. It went Cat 1, and now the people north of us near Tampa are dealing with it. So we had some localized flooding, lots of rain, but 40, 50 mile an hour gusts. So it wasn't bad at all.
In the grand scheme of hurricanes, I would imagine that's what you mean.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. For a novice, you'd be panicking.
Okay. All right. Gotcha. If I had just moved there, I probably would have been like, what did I do?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I made some bad choices in my life.
Mm-hmm.
I'm working with my filter here on my... let me see if I can try something else. I'm trying to cut out all the extracurricular noises I make. So I'll work on this filter here. Maybe that's better.
You do what you gotta do, man. You do what you gotta do. You'll notice that I put a blue line on the screen here. This blue line is a representation of a synthetic price failure reset, and very oftentimes we bounce off that blue line several times. The synthetic price failure reset is a 15% increase in price from the lowest low that we've seen, which I've got plugged in as 414.1 into my Excel spreadsheet, which means that we should be looking for a 15% increase in price at 476.2. I actually have it set for 476.1, but close enough. Let me just type something in here real quick. 476. Put 477. Yeah. So 476.2 is the value that we are looking for, and oftentimes when we do hit those, that usually. Oh, sure. Hold on a second. Usually bounces off of it a couple times before actually getting a good solid breakthrough. You can see it drove past it twice here so far this morning and is retesting for a third time. It's usually the third, sometimes the fourth that we break past it. And would you look at that? It's numbers time. Let me take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account when and if you sign up for that. If your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, might want to set that up as well, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Last but not least, make sure you guys, if your portfolio is changing, you should get a statement from your broker of your portfolio, so that you have proof of ownership of what it is that you hold. There may become a time in the future where perhaps maybe your broker misreports what it is that you have, or something. Who knows? Maybe you just need to make a phone call in to make a change in position, and you need to know how much you have on hand. And instead of having, if you want to make a quick trade, already knowing that information is always a good thing to have on hand. So yeah, make sure you're taking care of business, guys. It's really super important. Starting in the top left-hand side, price prediction tally points. Tech won the week last week with a extra bonus point that he got on Monday last week, and as an end result, maintained that lead throughout the week. Nobody missed at all any of the price prediction on any of the days. Nana was off by 2 pennies. She was 2 pennies off from winning out the week. If she got the price prediction right on Friday, she would have won the week, but she did not get it. And as a result, Tech was the big wiener for the week. So congratulations goes out to Tech. Remember, price predictions are not meant as financial advice. It's just simply four apes trying to figure out what we think price is going to get to within a certain range. As of right now, we're doing $1 ranges as for our price predictions. Today, Nana has the low end of the totem pole. Tech has the high end of the totem pole. This is the ranges. Nana's got 374 to 474. I have 395 to 495. Tech has 402 to 502, and Apex is the high end of the totem pole. He's got 425 to 525. There is a 51-cent spread between us on our price predictions for the day today. Everybody has a unique price prediction, which means that if price closes within 10 cents of any of our price predictions, then we will end up getting an extra bonus point. And if it hits our price prediction and we have a unique price prediction, that's an extra bonus point. So that would be 3 points today. It's possible. Short exempt volume from Friday was super low, 158,000. We had 2 million more shares traded on Friday than we did the previous 3 trading days, which were about 14 million shares. And we had 16 million shares traded on Friday. But yet we had short exempt volume that was super, super low at 158,000 shares. Utilization this morning is coming in at a little bit higher than where it was when we closed out on Friday. It's at 82.45%. Our day-over-day price change was down 3.52 from last week. Taking a look at max pain, it is $5 for AMC for this week. And for GME, max pain is at $22.50. Moving on, taking a look at institutional exchange-traded volume. I shouldn't say that. I should say it differently. Taking a look at shares traded through exchanges. Where are we at? On a normal day, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange and about 11 to 12% going through EDGX. As it stands right now, we've got about 41.45 going through off-exchange. EDGX is at 10.46 for a combined total of 51.91%. Normally, I would expect to see about 54% by this time of the day, so it's about 2.09% less volume going through those exchanges, which could partially be the result of why we're moving upwards in price movement since market open. CHX volume for the day today is 21,231 shares. I get excited when that number is over 30,000 shares. It means somebody's returning shares. That number is already elevated for the day today, so I would imagine it's going to break that 30,000 before the day is over. Do remember that SSR has been tripped once market opened because we opened up 10% lower than where we closed last Friday, and that triggers SSR. And that's going to be for GME as well. GME's CHX volume for the day today is 2,145. Nothing unusual going on there. Borrow fees for AMC. It looks like there is shares being returned. Earlier this morning, we had 1.1 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. Shares have been returned since then, and it looks like I'm gonna have to remember where I left off at. It looks like another 100,000 shares have been borrowed since earlier this morning. 7 Eastern would be 6 my time. Yeah. Yeah. I think we've had another 100,000 shares borrowed since earlier. So 1.2 million shares borrowed so far, according to IBKR. Fees are at 2.76, rebates at 2.56. Institutional ownership this morning was at 88.231 million shares owned by institutions. Giving that a refresh, it's at 88.21. That's just a slight bit lower than where it was. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is coming in at a strike price of $5. Last week it was 5.5. At 5, there's currently 6.6 thousand contracts in volume so far. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4.50 strike. That's 50 cents down from where we were at last week. There's currently 4.6 thousand contracts in volume. Market is suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4.50 and $5 by the end of the day today. Looking at GME's numbers. Highest amount of call volume closest to where we're trading at right now is currently at a $20 strike with 1.9 thousand contracts in volume. On puts, the highest amount of volume is also at a $20 strike, which means that there's... I'm sorry. I said that wrong. Highest amount of puts right now closest is $21.50. So there's actually a lot of puts that are closing out right now at with price moving downwards. I would imagine that should have an impact on pushing price up. It's not very often that you see the highest amount of volume on puts higher than the calls. Taking you guys over to the other screen here, I'm going to move a couple screens around and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Starting with Ortex. Ortex is reporting about 189,000 shares borrowed so far this morning. That's going to drive up the estimated short share just of the free float a little bit. It is showing up already at 17.61% for this morning, which tells me that there must have been a new reporting in the amount of shares having been shorted. We'll take a look at that number here in just a minute, but the cost to borrow min is at 4.33, average is 4.69, and max is 4.72. Shares on loan for the day today is at 100.39 million shares. That's 2.58 million shares less on loan today than there was on Friday, and Ortex is estimating that about 620,000 of that was in closed short interest. We must have gotten a new exchange reported short interest amount. What's today, the 5th? And so let's take a look at what that looks like and why we're seeing an increase in estimated short share interest of the free float. So it looks like the number came in, it went from 53.87 to 53.74. So the short interest did drop, but if you look at the estimates for the futures, they were estimating, they were estimating higher than what it actually came in at. You would think that would cause estimated short share interest of the free float to drop, but it didn't. Am I looking at the right one? I think I'm... Yeah, I was looking at the right one. That's kind of odd. I'm not exactly sure why that happened. Up to July 15th. Well, anyways, let's take a look at some of the numbers here. Utilization slightly up day over day from Friday, from 82.28 to 82.45. On loan amount, dropping 2 days in a row now from 102.97 down to 100.39. That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free floater. Should. But we know that it went up because of the new estimates that they're putting out here. It went up from 16.26 to 16.39 is what it's saying right here. But we can see that the new estimate on the other page here, as I zoom back out, is 17.61. The on-loan average age per day continued to drive upwards. 27.09 to 28.57, and security lending volume dropping day over day from 7.1 to 4.55 million. GameStop. Actually. 24.7 thousand shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day. Cost per hour mins at 0.82, average 1.84, and max 4.33. Let's take a look at what some of their numbers look like day over day. Utilization continuing to fall from 29.65 to 27.09. On-loan amounts also falling from 28.4 million to 27.26. That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float from 10.11 to 10.04. And the on-loan average age per day is rising up and went from 29.87 to 30.06, while security lending volume fell from 2.76 to 2.45 million shares. Trigger price for SSR is $4.45. As I refresh this screen here, let's take a look and see what we have for in the money versus out of the money calls and puts. 75,000 contracts out of the money on the calls versus 2.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 24.7 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 15.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. Next week we have a little bit of a surge in option contracts, but the 3 weeks following that have super low volume. So you can imagine volatility over this week and next week could pump those numbers a little bit there on the next 3 weeks of option contracts. According to GME, SSR trips for, today 1896. It is on. Of course, it's on for AMC as well. And we have, ending this week, we have 69,000 contracts out of the money in the calls versus 785 contracts that are in the money. 5.7 thousand contracts out of the money in the puts versus 29.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. The next 2 weeks out on GME are kind of light on option contracts. Volatility could change that. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. Let me refresh the screen real quick here. Usually we need to hit about 30 million shares or more for AMC to get on this list. Actually, I feel like sometimes it's more like 40 or 50 million. Let's see if AMC or GME are on this list here. GME made it on the list. Look at this buy-sell ratio. 73.17% buys to 26.83% selling. The market is sucking it up. Loving it. It's like McDonald's. Ba-da-da-da-da. I know you just said it in your head. MMRI. We ended the week last week at like 254 or somewhere around that range. It is way, way down now. We woke up this morning, it was 237.86 and is now 239.53. So it's heading back up, but dropped significantly this morning. 239.55. I'm writing that down. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates normalized at about 8:30 this morning. Right when the market opened, it normalized and is now inverted again and starting to widen apart. We had this morning when I looked at the spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond yields, it was 0.022. It is now currently at 0.088. But for a momentary period of time, it normalized this morning on a downtrend in rates. NASDAQ is up 3.8. Oh, shit. All right. NASDAQ is up down 3.74. Dow Jones is down 2.38. And then S&P 500 is down 2.98. We have 5,139 decliners to 286 advancers. If the advancers ever breaks below 1,000, I tell you guys that we're approaching the sun. When it gets down to 286 advancers, I don't know what gets hotter than the sun. But that's lower. I don't know what to make of 286 advancers in the marketplace. It's a sea of red. Sectors that are doing well for the day-to-day, as you can imagine, there's not a single one. The best performing out of all of them appears to be consumer staples followed by real estate. Those are probably the two best performing sectors. Actually, consumer staples followed by utilities. Utilities are just a little bit better. The worst performing sectors, we have technology followed by consumer discretionary. Of the Mag 7, there's nothing green here. Nothing. Amazon down 5%. Apple down 4.4%. Google down 3.09%. Meta down 3.14%. Microsoft down 3%. Nvidia down 6.69%. Tesla down 5.59%. It's just a sea of red, guys. I don't know what... I can't imagine there's going to be any green going on in financial institutions. There actually is one, believe it or not, but two actually. I'm gonna read these, and if I read you a number, it's red. So if you hear me, except for FRC, it's up 7.69%. Everything else is red. Coinbase 7.28, Silvergate 21.43, Stank of California 4.11, First Horizon 4.5, Douche 2.85. Stank of America 3.5, Zion Stank 3.68, US Stank Core 3.05, CIBC 3.27, Bank of New York Mellon 2.76, Western Alliance 3.36, Wells Fargo 4.2, Citigroup 5, Northwestern Trust 3.36, Morgan Stanley 3.42, Goldman Sachs 3.7. Gold is down 2.21. Trending down. Silver down 5.18. Trending down. Ethereum Classic up 3.4%. Broke the trend earlier this morning, is trending up. The US dollar is down 0.68. broke 102.46, which is the level of resistance from earlier this morning, and has now become a level of support as it's breaking back up above that. When the U.S. dollar is heading up, the market's usually heading down. The dollar was heading down right up until about 20 minutes after market open. Oil is currently up down 5.23 and gap down in pre-market and has been consolidating for the most part ever since. Mortgage-backed securities are up 0.17, gapping up in the pre-market but trending down after market opened. VMBS is up 0.09, gapped up in pre-market and then is trending down since market open. SPY is down 2.78% and trending up since market open. Struggled to break past 520, which is a significant level of support and resistance from the past. So right now it's resistance. Having troubles breaking past that 520 number, but is getting some momentum driving up towards it. Taking a look at the VIX, it is up 82.51%. The VIX is getting crushed back down as much as possible. It reached a height of 63.67 and has been falling since market open and trending down, heading back towards that 35 level. IWM is down 4.14 and trending up. VB is down 3.67, trending up. Tesla is down 5.38, trending up. Amazon is down 4.91, trending up. Cinemark is down 1.41, trending up. Doge is up 1.84, trending up. Sharp trend up. Bitcoin is down 0.76, sharp trend up. It is breaking past 52.8K a coin. I was a little worried about making that call earlier about breaking past 52.8 unless I saw it continue to fall down and head towards that 47.3, and I felt like it was this was a pretty good sign in here that was going to not break past 52.8 going back up again, but it is. Temporarily, it is trending back up again here and finding a high around 53.8. GameStop is down 6.08 and trending up. HYMC is down 9.13 and consolidating after a gap down in pre-market. NCMI is down 6.36, gap down in pre-market, trending very slightly up. Hood is down 14.93% and is trending up. AMC is down 5.64% and consolidating after a trend up. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day-to-day, we have approximately 3.9, close enough, $3.9 million more outflow than inflow. 7.4 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. It's going to be a lot about really trying to reduce volatility at this point. After 52 minutes worth of trading, we're currently on a pace for 55.55 million shares traded by the end of the day today. There's going to be a very, very strong push to try and reduce volume, reduce volatility in the marketplace. That's going to be the main focus for the day today is reduce volume, reduce volatility throughout the entire, because the way you reduce volatility is by reducing volume. That's going to be the main trick here for the marketplace going forward to try and keep things under control. On a 4-hour time interval on AMC, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 34.56, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.13, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.61, which is average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.54, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, I need to go get a drink of water. On a 1-minute time interval on Ichimoto, lagging line is below price line. Conversion is below base. In order for this to turn into a buy signal, we got to get lagging line above price line before the end of the day is over at some point, right? And that magic number is at $5.20. 520 would also push us above, or would not push us above the cloud until later in the portion of the day today. But 520 should be the buy signal on AMC for both the 1 hour and the 4 hour, because the 4 hour showing lagging line needs to break price line at about 420, and then there's the conversion below the base, but that would, by 520, that would drive back up above the base and price would be above the cloud. Now, what I want you to notice here on this 4 hour chart is we've got a red cloud here which we broke up through. We've got a green cloud here, which we broke down before the green cloud ever hit, followed by a red cloud, followed by a green cloud, followed by a red cloud. What this 4-hour chart is suggesting is that there's going to be some very large quantity. And today's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So these 5 days represent this week in trading. And what the cloud is suggesting here is that there's going to be some very, very sharp movements in price and volatility in both directions. But ultimately, that price probably will not be breaking, or if it does break above any one of these clouds by the end of this week, it will be only for a short-term period of time and not a true trend upwards. The breakout will most likely not happen until going into next week when you see there's red cloud dropping here, seeing lots of volatility in here, looking something along the lines of like, and I'm just trying to draw this loosey-goosey, but, stuff like this happening in here, right? And then breaking out. So that's kind of what we're kind of looking for here. It's just like this massive quantity of volatility. And it may even happen, like I may have this drawn up a little too high. It may be down here. But maybe that might be more appropriate like that. That might be along the lines of what it is that you're going to see going in through the rest of this week here. And that volatility is going to create a lot of option contract play, I would imagine. Part of my lines in here have us breaking just above 5 right here, but this isn't exact. I'm just trying to show you there's going to be a lot of volatility leading into the end of the week. I would say that's what I'm seeing from this cloud here. And with that, I think that's all I got for you guys. I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. Reduce volume. Speaking of back of the big tramp, we got Funky's in here now. Good morning, Funky. Pirate, I mean. Good morning. Who else is new in here?
Good morning.
Rex, Tom, and UPS delivery guy. I don't think you guys were here earlier, so good morning to you guys.
Morning, everybody.
Welcome.
Just throw it out there. I finally got in on the computer through Thinkorswim. Still can't do it through the app, though. So for anybody having trouble, try the computer, as Casey said.
Yeah, it seems to... Every time I ever hear people talk about like having problems getting in, it's usually...
Happening, man. It's happening.
Can anybody hear...
Little robot action.
Yeah, okay.
I can hear you now. You had a little robot action there just before, but it sounds a little better now.
Yeah, okay. So my internet's... So as I told you guys, they're going through my neighborhood and doing internet stuff. So I'm not sure if this is related to that or if it's related to... I don't know what's going on in the market. I'm not sure. Apex says myself and Tech are only 7 cents apart. Are we? Did I miss that? 3. Oh, yep. You're right. You're absolutely right. No bonus points for us. We're the only ones that went safe on price predictions. So I guess that's going to be that'll be the reason why we don't get a bonus point for trying to be safe. Sissies.
Yucca, you can either post a picture right now in general of the hydro dipping.
Huh?
Or you can just post a picture right now of the hydro dipping or delete your account. There's no other option.
He actually came in and told us how that went this weekend.
That went bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. No success here.
He ran into problems, unfortunately.
Oh.
Yeah, I got to keep going. I got to try again. Different printer, though. I thought it was gonna work with my printer. I didn't want to spend more money, but I'm like, I'm already in it. You know, like what, 90%? Might as well.
I was so excited, man. I thought we were gonna have product today.
But on that note, I went to see Deadpool, and I had to shush somebody.
Who?
Damn it! Next to me, there was some kids. Well, some young, they're dating, I guess, young kids. The girl, she was like, "Oh, they're talking," and I'm like, "Shh!" And then she looks at me, and I look at her. I'm like, "Come on, man! This is my favorite fucking movie." I hate doing that.
What did she say?
She didn't say anything. She just got like shocked that I shushed her. Like you can see her eyes is like. Gee. Yeah.
I've known people like that.
I've been at the theaters where I've heard people in the back talking, and then somebody from like the back, all the way in the back, they could hear them. They're like, they'll get louder and say, "Can you all shut up?" And then everybody shuts up. Like it scares everybody.
Did you you've heard me mention before that I have like a really bad jump scare, right? Like I jump. Yeah. So what I hate more than anything is when I go to a movie and I like the jump scare scene will happen, and like every single time I feel like whenever it's the worst and I jump the most, there will inevitably be somebody around there that starts laughing at me jumping, and I feel like it's like, oh, they knew that was coming because they've already seen the movie once before, and they're like, because you can tell they're just sitting there waiting to see who jumps, and it always bothers me because it's like, man, you probably jumped too, you just don't want to admit it the first time. They're coming after you, Yucca. Run.
I heard that. I heard that, Casey.
I'm trying to floss my teeth here. Hold on a second.
I gotta go to the dentist in a little bit. Like we can see you.
Yeah, I kind of figured you could. I got this one spot in my teeth that it's like the gum's a little sore or something. Like maybe I got like a kernel in there. I don't know what, but I keep
cornhole. You got a cornhole in there.
I keep trying to use the floss to get whatever it is out, but nothing's happening. So I'm gonna have to probably go see the dentist. Chi-Town, I did. We had a good time at the water park. My favorite was the very last lazy river that we got into. I wish we'd have found that first. I'd have gone there and then just done that all day long. But it was a good time. We had a great time. The worst part, Schlitterbahn has two different parks. And in order to get from one side to the other, you have to take a bus. And so we stood in line for the bus, and they have like this canopy for one part of the line, but then you're just standing out in the middle of the sun for the other part. And I felt like I was going to pass out. I really thought for sure I was like, I'm going down. But luckily we got on the bus, and I was able to cool off in there. So it was hot. It was really hot. Rufus says, I can't log in either. If you guys are having issues logging in through an app, try a computer. You should have more luck. A lot of people are having problems with app logins, but not as many people are having computer login problems.
There's stuff going on everywhere with like civil unrest.
Yep, a lot of civil unrest going on in the world. Mm-hmm.
Even what is it? England, British. I saw some stuff over there. Everywhere.
Guys, when we have when we have a market that's got 320 advancers to 5,164 decliners, there's going to be a lot of people wanting to make trades. So the systems are going to be bogged down. It's you're going to have issues. With great volatility comes
great responsibility,
great problems. It's supposed to be
part of the plan.
Wait a minute. That's the Joker from Batman. I was trying to figure out what it was for a second. It's Joker.
Good morning, sir.
JJ, good morning.
Dias.
Petra,
I
good
would just
morning.
like, I would just like to. I'm sure it's on other people's minds, just not mine. But that Pirate got the first glimpse of what you wrote about what was going to happen.
Well, it was funny because
the favorite card.
No. He sent me a DM, and he literally he literally stated like the things that I was saying in that in part of that message. And so I had to send. I wasn't going to send it to anybody, and I was like, you wouldn't believe this, but I already wrote up something that falls along the lines of what it is that you're saying, and then I send it to him so you could see it. But I
hope he sent an apple to the teacher that day.
I really didn't. I really wasn't planning on sending it to anybody. I was going to hold it on to me close and tight until
keep it tight
until it was time to send it out. Well, sometimes
I'm sure he felt privileged.
Sometimes when you DM me and we're talking and stuff, and I see you say something, that triggers something. If it would have been you, I'd have done the same thing. It would just, if somebody happens to say something that triggers something that I'm thinking as well, I'd let them know, like, yep, I'm on the same page.
I've just never had such thoughts. Only the pirate. Hey, well, just to, I'd like to put out my the weekend I had with the real Hayden, where we went to Oakland to go watch them play the Dodgers at Oakland Coliseum, and It was everything that we expected. They got their
good, I hope.
butts handed to them. No, traffic at the Oakland Coliseum is horrific. I paid for parking. I couldn't get to it, so I ended up parking in a gang parking lot, which was being run by a gang. Because where I was parking, you have to cross some railroad tracks. Excuse me. And there's a BART station bridge that you cross to go over the railroad tracks. And I was like, oh, here we go. So I told Hayden, I said, yeah, we're probably going to have to pay to get our car out of here also. But, hey, we're going to get to see the game because we weren't going to even get there by the third inning the way the traffic was going.
Oh, my goodness.
So we
That's
got
a lot
there.
of game to miss.
Yes, it was. So we were actually at good seats, sitting actually where the A's.
It has to be. It better be. You better say first baseline.
No. I was actually behind the dugout, and we were basically sitting where the guys swing the bat to get ready. What's that called?
The warm-up box.
The warm-up box. We were basically we could see him sitting there.
First base, like right around first base, or just slightly behind first base, and down in the front is the best spot ever. That's where you get all your foul balls.
Oh, it was crazy. They were hitting him straight behind the plate, like the guys behind the plate.
Were you getting him, or was the net getting him?
No, we were right behind the net. So
yeah.
We were where the guy that tags the balls to put online, he tags your balls. There's a guy
he was rubbing mud all over those balls, was he?
Yeah, he's rubbing his own balls.
You know they do that, right? They rub that specific mud that they have
before the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this guy, I guess all the teams have one. He verifies the balls and puts a tag on them, so they can auction them, whatever balls hit.
Mm-hmm.
And he marks them, logs them, and puts them in a bag. And then the teams sell them online, which was kind of wild to watch. But they got their asses kicked. They were about 11-0, So it's the bottom of the ninth, and it's the A's are up, and they're not going to catch them. Obviously their payroll's like $30 million for the entire team.
I'm being corrected. It's on deck circle. Apparently, it's not the warm up box.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay. Well,
sorry.
We were actually right behind the on deck circle.
Yeah, there you go.
And so we were watching. We had a pretty good view of what was kind of the feeling of the game there. So it's 11-0, bottom of the ninth, and I've never seen this. The Dodgers put in a guy from the field to pitch. And to say he was pitching would be like you and I at the park throwing the ball back and forth. He was basically just lobbing the ball so that the A's could pop out and get the game over. I've never seen anything like it. It was I don't think you could have embarrassed him any more than sending a guy from the field. He wasn't even doing a windup. He would just throw the ball. And, of course, they were popping it up and they were getting hit out. But, yeah, that's what they were doing to end the game. So we get up to leave, and I noticed nobody's leaving. And I went, aren't you guys going to we kind of talking to the fans behind us. And they're like, no, it's a fireworks night. And I look at Hayden, I'm like, we're out of here. So we get to the car, and they've cut off all the routes to where our car is. We can't get across the railroad tracks because the fire department said, no, we're closing the bridges off. I'm like, oh shit. So they said, but we got these school buses. We'll drive to the parking lot. And I'm like, to the BART station. I'm like, I look at Hayden. I'm like, no, we'll follow this bus out and then we'll get there. Well, as we're following the bus, it stops. Everybody in Oakland found out there was a free fireworks show. So they all parked their cars, and nobody could get out of the Coliseum.
Oh my gosh!
So we keep walking. We go on an overpass, and Hayden's like, "Dad, we can't do this. We're gonna get mugged." I'm like, "No, we're good, man. We're good." So we finally get to the Gangland parking lot, and it's not lit, and it's dark, and there's 20 people there, and I'm going, "What are you guys doing? We can't get out. They parked a car in the middle." And they parked 5 deep, and none of us can move our car. And I'm like, oh, crap. So I got these 20 guys. I said, hey, if we pick this car up and move it over, we can all get out. And they're like, hey, we're up for that. We got to move the car. By the way, 20 guys can't lift up a car, just to give you a heads up.
What kind of car?
But we did. I couldn't tell you. It's too dark.
Oh.
But I can tell you that one guy was pushing on the fender so hard that he dented it. So 12 minutes into this, we figure out we can't do it, and in walks the 3 people that own that car. It's so dark they can't see what happened. And we're like, do you guys own this car? They're like, yeah. We're like, oh, thank God. So they get in the car, drive out. We basically do like a one block at a time, a puzzle trying to get out. Hayden and I get out, and I couldn't believe it. It was amazing. So, yeah. We got all of what you wanted to expect on going to the Oakland Coliseum.
None of this sounds like fun.
I took it as an adventure. He took it as, I'm sure he's telling all his kids, all his friends, yeah, and my dad made me walk across this darkened overpass without a sidewalk. It's pitch black, and there's cars coming. And then the Hill Street, what they call themselves? The Black Hill one-line Oakland street gang. Where's who we had to pay to park?
How much did you pay?
Oh, the guy at the front waving the flag told me 40, but when I got to the front, he looked at me
40?
and said 60. I said, oh, dude. he goes, he looked at me, goes 60. I go, well worth it, my man, and gave it to him.
Oh my gosh.
I was going to give him another 20 to make sure I still had wheels.
Ugh.
That's how much it cost anyway to park at Oakland.
That's crazy.
It cost $45.
How can people afford to go to games?
Well, that's why they're not. I'm telling you right now, it's a Dodger home game. There were so many Dodger fans. Because I can't remember his name. He's making $700 million for 10 years with the Dodgers. Japanese player, big dude too, huge for a Japanese guy. Ohiro? Whoever's the baseball?
Shohei Ohtani.
That's him. Yeah, the dude was rocking too. I think he had 2 hits. but all around us were Asians, and they were all filming. Like one guy had an iPad, and it was like he was making a video from the time he came out of the dugout to swinging to any hits. I mean, he is mesmerizing to that community. Mesmerizing.
I'm
But he
sorry,
always
but
tipped the-
I can't get past your $60 parking, and then people are putting comments in here saying $80 to $100 to park, and I'm going like, I think that alone right there would keep me from going to a game ever. Like if I knew that I had to pay that kind of money, even if I had to pay $60, I probably wouldn't go. I just wouldn't go.
Well, it was either pay the Hill Street Gang or miss a bunch of innings that we flew out from Atlanta to watch the game. So you kind of got to do the balance. Do we want to sit in the car? And who knows if I'd even gotten into the stadium. It was that was the other reason. They had a monster truck show going on at the same time. So we had all those guys trying to get in there. So the baseball stadium had the A's and the Dodgers, and the indoor stadium had the monster truck fans.
I can't do it.
It was crazy.
$12 to $15. No, $12 to $15 beers I can handle. I can't handle $60 parking. That's just nuts.
Well, I didn't drink a beer, and I would have drank 3. So there we go.
Yeah.
And all my wheels were still on the car.
Yeah, I'm used to the beers costing extra. That's kind of normal, but parking?
I couldn't even get a what do you call it? Any drinks or anything because the lines were so long. It was amazing. Like I said, it was like a Dodger home game. There was so much blue in the stadium because all the A's fans are protesting.
For what?
They're moving to Vegas.
They're moving them too?
Oh yeah, they're going to Vegas. Their stadium's going to be attached to the MGM.
Huh.
But next year, while they're waiting for the stadium, they're playing in Sacramento at Sac State Stadium, which is a joke, but that's where they're going to be.
What a crazy world we live in.
But we had some fun. It was the A Stadium. Oh, I'm gonna have to put this T-shirt. The guys outside selling T-shirts. Of course, you figure you're gonna put one on. You're gonna turn the color of the shirt. They had a T-shirt. Ricky Henderson's the leading base stealer of all time, and of course played for the A's forever. So they had a green T-shirt with yellow silk screening, and it says, "Let me see if I get the words correct. Everything I learned about stealing, I learned in Oakland."
That's pretty good.
So it's awesome. Hey, I gotta go. I gotta talk to a guy. Help me out in the house. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, take care. Thanks for stopping by. Let's see here. Nobody knew. Quack quack. Good morning. I don't know if I said your name. I think I did say your name earlier.
Yes, you did. Thank you. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. K-Dub says, Casey, any chance for margin calls in this week to start our march upwards? There's no way. There's just literally no way for me to know what the books look like for any of these hedge funds, any of them. More than likely, you'll see the little ones get taken out first. So you'll probably hear at some point or another in the news that they're packing up their stuff in boxes and closing down. When that starts to happen, that'll kind of be the catalyst to leading towards more institutions potentially closing out as well. But I think for me, I feel like one of the biggest indicators, and especially last time around when Bitcoin started dropping in price, I was kind of watching for a specific point in price that I was anticipating to happen. As kind of like a signal that they were out of funds to be able to withdraw in order to continue to manipulate the market. So I would kind of put that range at somewhere between 20 and 30K a coin on Bitcoin. So I'd watch for that. Once you see it get down to those kind of numbers, then the ability to be able to continue to pull funds out of crypto is going to be very, very difficult and therefore harder to control the market with said funds. So watch for those kind of things to happen. Smaller smaller hedge funds starting to get wiped out, followed by Bitcoin dropping to that 20 to 30K range. Oh my gosh. Ducking Bulla says, speaking of cocks, did you see the dude who lost the pole vaulting event? If I see that pop up like one more, I feel like I couldn't scroll more than a page and a half on my Twitter feed without seeing another one of those posts come up of somebody showing the clip. And it was just like, if I feel like if I have to see that one more time, I'm just gonna like, it's about as bad as the Hawk Twa girl. I can't. I can only take that stuff so many times before it gets old. It was funny the first time. I'll give it that. Dirty says, "Damn, Casey." I don't know, man. It must be apes. I got a bunch of people who are a bunch of apes who like like watching that or something. Apparently. Mick says his pole hit the pole. Look, I love Beavis and Butthead more than anybody. Well, maybe not anybody, but I really do like that lowbrow, low IQ humor is funny to me. I love it, but I mean, it can only go so far with the whole like. It reminds me if you ever watch SpongeBob SquarePants, it reminds me of like when he like rips his pants and then like people laugh, and so he keeps doing it like all over for the entire episode, ripping his pants all over the place to try and get a laugh out of people, and it's like after the first like 5 minutes, you're like, I can't take this anymore. And Robert's going to get all technical over here. The vaulter's knee hit the bar first. he was Robert was watching it in slow motion. Oh yeah, here it comes. Oh, that was his knee. Damn it. Good call, Robert. Thanks for taking one for the team and letting us know. I think I have seen one college football game live, like at the stadium, and I think I've seen, and it would have been the Aztecs, which is SDSU. I have no idea who the other team was. It would have been a big team, more than likely. And then I'm trying to remember how many football. I know I've seen at least one Redskins game. Went back when they were called the Redskins in the 80s. And I've been to a couple Charger football games. Went back when I lived in San Diego. Maybe like, I want to say like I've been to maybe 3 football games in my lifetime. 3. Been to way more baseball games than I have football games for sure. I've seen it at it was the Jack Murphy Stadium, which later turned into I think it was Qualcomm Stadium, which later got demolished. But it will always be the Jack Murphy to me. I was very strongly against the early 2000s takeover of companies buying out the names of stadiums. Very much against that. I thought that was felt like it was almost sacrilegious to allow the names of those stadiums to change. I mean, you might as well tear down a memorial for that at that point. I don't mind, somebody buying a brand new or building a brand new stadium and then naming it. But when it's already got a name already, and then some company comes in and pays money to change it to some company name, boo. You guys can root for any team you want to, but I still say Kansas City. I don't know, man. They're gonna have a real hard time pulling off their third in a row. But I'm rooting for them.
Where's JJ?
He just left. He said he's got somebody.
Damn it! I wanted to ask him. Oh, he's got to talk to somebody. His wife, maybe. Who knows?
No, somebody that was helping him or something.
How dare you?
How dare you? I wanted to ask him if he's had any pilots getting caught transporting cocaine.
Here's something I don't understand. The pole vaulting guy and the Hawk Twa girl annoy me. But for some reason, that motherfucker back there is not real. Never gets old to me. I don't know why. I don't understand why there's a difference. But for me,
It's because they didn't push it as it's everywhere.
I felt like that got pushed pretty hard.
What, this one?
That's so slow. I didn't hear nothing. I don't know if you played something, but nothing came through.
Nah, I didn't play anything. I held these in my hand.
That motherfucker back there is not real.
I didn't play anything.
I'll tell you what. I think the airplane girl versus the Hawk Twa girl. I think the airplane girl's actually even prettier.
Who's prettier?
I think the airplane girl.
Yeah?
I think so. Well, it's funny because if you ask me what she looked like in the airplane and then rated based off of that, but later she had some interviews after the airplane, and I didn't think she was that pretty anymore. She had she had a completely different look in the interviews that I saw afterwards. She did not have like the casual look going on anymore.
I hope he said it to the teacher that day.
Excuse me, Papa?
I really wasn't planning on sending.
Somebody's got a hot mic there, and they're listening.
Got Papa over here, rolling up in here, thinking he's the boss.
Until it was time to send it out.
What?
Papa Mac, you
Papa
got a
Mac.
hot mic, buddy.
Papa Mac.
He don't care.
Well, sometimes you feel privileged. Sometimes.
All right, we'll just we'll move him.
He's behind.
He's way behind.
He's like a year behind. That was last year's stream.
That was last year's stream. We can say that. That's funny.
Yeah.
Carl says the Hawk Twa is very average in my opinion. Yeah, I'm not, she doesn't really. She's pretty. It's about.
She's boy crazy.
She's,
yeah, but she spits on it.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if you were her boyfriend before she got popular? How would that make you feel after she got popular? That would suck. No pun intended.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right with it.
Do you think so? Do you think you'd be okay with it?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. She's going around hanging with all the A-list people now. She's moving around.
She would take me.
I think it's better that she didn't have a boyfriend at the time when she got popular.
What if you were her ex? You would probably be famous too because you can claim.
Yeah, ex is cool. Too. Being an ex is cool. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I dated her, and then all other girls would be like, "Oh, I can top that."
No, you can't show me. That's your pickup line every time. That's your pickup line every time. You don't even have to work on it. It's just like,
yeah,
that's easy.
Can you top that? Yeah.
No, you can't. There's no way.
Show me.
I'll be the judge of that.
Exactly.
Let's see here. It's 10 o'clock. Numbers time. I got saved.
It's 8:01 here.
Yeah. You know, my clock's a little off. I need to fix it again.
You need to fix it. Make sure your clocks are all working, Casey.
Yeah, every time I have a power outage around here, all my clocks
Yeah,
get
but you
jacked
have
up.
to make
And
sure they mean a lot. That means a lot. It's like serious energy. It means that you don't respect time.
yeah, I
and
don't.
Time is not going to respect you.
Yeah, I don't respect time at all.
You see, you might be the issue why we're not squeezing.
It's all me. It's definitely all me for sure.
Damn it!
It's all
I'm gonna have to
on
come down there and fix. How many
me.
batteries? We'll take a whole pack of double A's to make sure everything's running.
Wait, I'm confused. Wait, why are you taking a pack of double A's?
For your clocks on the wall. Are they all electrical?
Oh, they're all, yeah, it's all electric. It's I don't have any. That's why I'm saying when the power goes out, I have to reset them all, and then I just look at whatever time the my phone says or something like that, and then as I'm trying to program it, for example, like the oven. It doesn't allow you to put in like the exact time. You gotta hold the button while it drives the time in one direction or the other, and then inevitably you drive past it. So then you go backwards, then you go forwards, then you go backward, and then finally get it right on. By that time, you're already like 2 minutes past whatever time you looked at on your phone. So I don't even bother to look again. So it's just off.
Numbers time.
Yeah, let's do it. Numbers time it is. I'm going to take you guys over the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with me moving some screens around. All right. Off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about, what are we at, 10 o'clock? 60% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got about 47.46% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 9.28. Combined total, and that's 56.74%, or about 3.26% less volume going through those exchanges. I think we would probably be doing worse in price movement if there was more volume going through those exchanges. CHX volume for the day is at 21,830 shares. That is elevated, but not over the 30,000. That's a big number to me. GME CHX volume for the day is at 3,390. Also not a big number. Taking a look at borrow fees and shares available to borrow. Since earlier this morning, it looks like there's been an additional. Oh, there's only been returns. About 300,000 shares returned earlier. Fees are at 2.76. Rebates at 2.56 in total for the day. We've seen about 1.2 million shares borrowed. Ortex. An hour ago, Ortex was reporting 189,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now a return of 109,000 shares. That's going to not really, it might slightly drop the estimated short-term interest of the free float to 17.58%. Cost borrow mins at 4.33, average 4.69, and max 4.72. There's currently 100.39 million shares on loan right now. That's 2.58 million shares less on loan today than there was on Friday. Ortex estimated about 620,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at GME, looks like GME is being reported at some value that I cannot see because it's not refreshing. And GME is showing 31.7 thousand shares borrowed for the day-to-day. Cost of borrow mins at 0.59, average 1.83, max 4.33. Options. Highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago for AMC was coming in at a strike price of $5 for calls with 6.6 thousand contracts. It is now 9.7 thousand contracts in volume. Highest amount of puts coming in at a $4.50 strike. There was 4.6 thousand contracts an hour ago. Now 9.1. Market is suggesting a closing price between $4.50 and $5 by the end of the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. GME was on the list as of an hour ago. Still on the list, but moving down on the list. Just note that they have a really good buy-sell ratio with 74.13% buys to 25.87% sales. Looking really, really good on that buy-sell ratio. MMRI was 239.55 as of an hour ago. It's now 238.06. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates. An hour ago was at 0.88, and is now currently at 0.101. Nasdaq is down 3.19. Dow Jones is down 2.46. S&P 500 is down 2.69. There's 5,202 decliners to 3,354 advancers. There's more advancers this hour than there was an hour ago. Not quite even 100 more though. The market is hot. I mean, it's beyond hot lava. It's beyond the sun. I don't know what's hotter than the sun, but it's hot. Whatever that is. It's like black hole hot. Black hole sun. Inflow versus outflow. No, what am I talking about? No. Let's sectors. They're all red. I'm only going to tell you the worst performing sectors as of right now. The two worst performing sectors are financials followed by technology. Actually, technology is worse than financials now. Of the Mag 7, all are red. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% in price will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 6.43. FRC is up 7.69. Silvergate's down 21.14. Stank of California down 3.77. First Horizon down 4.6. Douche Stank down 2.57. Stank of America down 3.45. Zion Stank down 3.47. HSBC Holdings is down 2.4. US Stank Core down 3.66. CIBC down 3.28. New York Mellon. Stank of New York Mellon is down 2.85. Western Alliance down 2.47. Wells Fargo down 3.87. Citigroup down 5.05. Northwestern Trust down 3.48. Morgan Stanley down 4%. Goldman Sachs down 3.97. Gold is down 1.57 and starting to trend back up. Silver is down 4.31, also starting to trend back up. Earlier, Pro Jeweler was saying like, why are metals down right now? If there was, think of it like this: if somebody was trying to generate a cash flow. So we know the whole market's manipulated. We know that very well. I think we're finding out now for sure that crypto is definitely manipulated as well. But if for example somebody wanted to create or generate a revenue flow for themselves through like financial institutions wanted to create a way to be able to make quick cash, drop the price on gold and silver, buy in at a lower price, and or maybe even collect the difference on what some of your customers may be buying in at because they're trying to rush to safety. So initially you see this downwards momentum move because they're trying to accumulate before they distribute. So that's going to be, I think that's going to be the big difference here, is that, or not the big difference, but the reason why you would be seeing something different than what you would be expecting. Ethereum Classic is up 4.22 or 4.29 and trending up. The US dollar is down, and same thing for this as well. Crypto is going to start rising again, and it's going to play this ebb and flow, where they're going to show these strong pumps. Everybody's going to be like, oh, the bottom's in, thank goodness, it's over. People pump in their money, and then you just see them fall out of nowhere when they least expect it, or when they can't make a trade, overnight trading or something like that, right? The US dollar is down 0.77 and trending down. Oil is down 5.68%, trending, consolidating after trending down. Mortgage-backed securities down anywhere from 0.05 to 0.11 and trending down. SPY is down 2.39, still having a hard time breaking through 520. So I'm going to call it consolidation right now because it's not quite there yet. It's not willing to break past 520. VIX is down 74.43% at 40.80 and consolidating after a trend down. The futures are suggesting that it should be around 29.75. So we may see this continue to fall back down. We may see the futures rising to meet where the VIX is actually where it's actually at. So the VIX seems to be currently leading the futures. Dude, I kind of made a mention of this last Friday, and I stopped like mid-sentence, I think, to cover something else. But I want to remind you guys that the VIX is a 30-day forward-looking outlook on what volatility is supposed to be looking like in the market. And I kind of explained this as like oil, very much how like oil works. Usually the oil prices are supposed to be a forward-looking indicator of supply and demand. But yet for some reason or another, when you drive up to that gas pump, it immediately responds to what's happening in the oil, in the price of oil. So, and very much so with the VIX, when we see this big move upwards like this, the market immediately reacts to the volatility and the fear of what's happening, and creates a situation where it's reacting immediately. But this is really supposed to be an indicator for the following 30 days. Of what's to come. So keep that in your mind. Like the fear index is suggesting a number that is greater than was 60. Let me see how much greater. 63, 67 was the height. COVID reached a pretty high number, but let's go back to the .com bubble. .com. All right, let's go back to, let's see. Where was one of the first candles on COVID? The first candle, I want to go to a daily. The first candle on COVID, on the VIX, that broke significantly past 35, because that's the value that really kind of shows that the VIX is taken off. I'm not sure if I would call it this one 828 or not, but you can see here that on these daily candles that there was a really big leap followed by a strong pullback to try and get it underneath 35 before the actual real big huge launch. So the top of that initial run up reached a height of 49.48 before it came back down, retested 35, and then took off for sure, which was only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, 5 maybe 6 days later. Right now, we broke past 19. We broke past 19. Had one day that traded last Friday in between 19 and 35, and today broke all the way past 35 as high as 65.73. So if there's going to be a pullback down to 35 to retest 35, it may be in a very short period of time that it's going to do that for, and then could potentially take off again. I don't think this is over. I think this is just the preliminary results of what the market's suggesting the future holds for us. IWM is down 3.62% and trending up. VB is down 3% trending up. Tesla is down 3.56 trending up. Amazon is down 3.47 trending up. Cinemark is up 0.38 trending up. Doge is up 4.22 trending up. Bitcoin is up 1.22 trending up. GameStop is down 5.95 and consolidating after a trend up. HYMC is down 7.05 and consolidating. NCMI is down 5.83 and consolidating after pretty much consolidating for the most part since market open. HUD is down 10.51 trending up. AMC is down 3.84 trending up. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, there's approximately $5.4 million more outflow than inflow. 9.48 million shares traded so far. We're probably I'm gonna have a bust, I think, on my volume prediction for the day, but let's see here. After 106 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 34.91 million shares traded by the end of the day. That is definitely looking like I'm going to be a bust on my volume prediction of 30 to 50 million. So I over-predicted a little bit on this morning. On a 4-hour time, well, we'll have to see what happens in the end portion of the day. I shouldn't jump to conclusions just yet. There could be some spiking volume at the end of the day today. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.9. Which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.71, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure, which is average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure. The divergence on the vortex indicator within the last 15 minutes, and RSI is at 59.59, which is above average. It looks like there might be some news here on AMC. I'm sure it's nothing good. It never usually is. Let's see if they'll manage to put out some positive news. Why AMC is down today? As Chinese cinema spotlight fades, investors see value in IMAX China as privatization play. I wonder if AMC is going to have an ability to be able to stick their nose into a Chinese market. I don't know. With that, that's all I got for you guys. Pro Jeweler says, so 1 week VIX relaunches. I mean, it could even be less than that. I told you that we would spend about a week between 19 and 35 before seeing a possible break above 35, and it was less than a week. It was a day. So, I mean, there's no way I would have guessed that it was going to happen, drive up to 60 in a single day from, what did we close out at? What were we previously closed at 2339. 2339.
Yeah, 23.
Yeah, and it hit 63. We're talking about a 40-point spike. That's insanity. There's just like, I mean, that kind of stuff you just don't predict. Not on time. Let me take you guys back out to a daily chart on this, because I do want to note that there are some specific drawing points that I have here. You'll see there's almost like a fan type scenario going on here, where you've got a couple different points. I think I got to go weekly. There's a couple of different points in here that I'm using as. I know there's a lot of noise in here because I've got a lot of other markings, but this is the first momentum upwards on the VIX after COVID. This is a point where we broke past 35 in 2022 January, and I used those two as touching points right there to determine a level of resistance. Then I've got this one right here where I'm taking that same point in 2022 January, and I'm using another point here in March of 23 to show another level of resistance, and then the last level of resistance going from May or March of 2023 to I should have probably used this point right here. March to October 2023. And so you can see each one of these creates a level of resistance, and as those resistance points are broken, you can see that there was a test to break through here, but never quite did. And then finally, you know, the consolidation below and down at this 11.84 range couldn't be held forever. And then finally, it did break out past the first one, breaking that these hard red vertical points here, the 16, 19, and 35 are significant points that break past. So it breaks past these levels of resistance from the past as it's breaking through levels of significant levels that the market sees as being points that are points of contention or fear in the index, and you can see it breaking past each one of these significantly. Right, each one of them gets broken, and it keeps going. So, and I don't have anything drawn out beyond this, and you'll see there's a hard red line that I've got drawn up from the past. A lot of the times, what I'll do is after a significant breakout from the past, I'll use the top of that breakout, or sometimes I'll also use other points going forward in the future to create that red line. In this particular case, I would probably almost say like this could be considered that red line right there. And so if I were to draw that like that, this, you know, the VIX is kind of pointing towards, you know, like, hey, once it breaks past this, you know, it's not going to look good. It's almost as if the VIX is pointing out a future of volatility. So many lines on this page. It's a little messy, I know.
I would argue that if the VIX is the stereotypical canary in the coal mine, it laid over dead in a cage this morning.
Yeah. A break to 60? I mean, it just doesn't like, you can't, there is no other historical past where that hasn't happened, and you haven't seen some kind of math. I have to go back to a monthly on this, but if I go back to a monthly on this, you can see this is the entire history of the VIX here. Let me just get rid of all the lines that I've got drawn here because that's going to make it too messy. But this is the historical trends of the past of VIX movements, right? And if I go to some of the major points in here, this is 2008. This is COVID. No, that's not. What is this? Yeah, no, that's COVID. And then the next third highest point is now. And it's just this first. It's just the first data point. It's not even the end. You look at all these other ones, all these other first data points in here, and the first data point, you know, it doesn't really make it much higher than perhaps maybe like 49, 50. Right, and this is our first data point, and it's already breaking 60, 65. And this is why I said when this breaks out, everything inside this time frame right here since COVID is screaming, I am going to when I fail, I'm going to fail way bigger than I've ever failed before. That's what this everything in here right here screams that to me, because in the past it's always been much more prolonged, and there's signs of market ebbing and easing, but never this kind of volatility so frequently in such short period of times. You know, that, like, for example, 34 is right here. It's this line right here. And you can see that there's like plenty of times where VIX jumps up, but it's got time in between the points where it breaks above that 34, 35 range, right? Like I'm on a monthly time interval here. We're talking about months and months and months before it ever does it again. Little tiny spikes above 35 is okay. But when you have like just data point after data point after data point of spikes that are attempting to drive above 35 but never actually get there. This period of time was screaming, I'm going to break. And when I break, it's going to be violent. And that's what you're getting on the first candle. The third highest data point from a market event ever since VIX is recorded since 1997. So you've got some shit that's happened on the VIX from the past. The VIX canary, as we were calling it. Tendies Plus Plus says the market is Halle Berry hot. Oh man, Tendies, she's my girl, man. I might have to use that. I might use that. I'll tell you what, because that's like if I were to think on the other term, on the other side of that, I call it the market's cooking with bacon grease. If it's hot like Halle Berry. Yeah, I can run with that one. I'm down with that. I'll use it. Halle Berry's hotter than the sun. I love it when you steal my shit. Oh, man. Feels like it's 110 degrees, festival's over, and you have to go to the Porta-John and take a dump. There are no other options. I've never had to do that. But I can imagine how terrible that would be, though. Yukon says, laugh out loud, Casey. Trading View shows Cinemark as a buy across the board. Meanwhile, AMC strong sell. I know. It's ridiculous. But that's, you know, institutions are invested in it. So, of course, they want to see people come buying into it. They stand to make the most profit off of seeing people come in and hold bags. That's what they want to do. They want to drive up the price on it and then dump on everybody. Carl, get out of here. Just leave. Don't you start with me. You too, Pro Jeweler. Let me check something real quick here. I just want to see if there's any specific news here. We have initial jobless claims are on Thursday. I think that's every Thursday. We have initial jobless claims. What is that? I feel like that report. Yeah, report's like every Thursday, I think. Consumer credit is expected to come down. That's being reported on Wednesday. Previously, it was 11.3 billion, and they're expecting it to. The meeting forecast is expecting a drop to 9.8 billion. It'll be interesting to see what happens there. Let's see what else. The S&P final U.S. services PMI, I guess, is being released. It was already released this morning. I wonder if that data was any good. Let's see here. What is the talk of the town right now? I'll bet you the carry trade is like a big hot topic. Three hours ago, Market Watch says AMC boosted by Deadpool and Wolverine. Set for market share gains as box office rebounds, says Wedbush. AMC Entertainment Incorporated, which reported second quarter results after the market closed Friday, is set for market share gains amid a improving box office, according to Wedbush. The movie theater chain and original meme stock reaped the benefits of Disney's record-breaking Inside Out 2 in its second quarter results with, let's see, which is previewed on July 24th. Inside Out 2 from Walt Disney Company owned Pixar hit $1 billion at the box office just 19 days after its June release, setting a new record for an animated movie. The film is also the highest-grossing movie of 2024, ahead of another Disney blockbuster, Deadpool and Wolverine, according to data from ComScore. While the lingering impact of the 2023 Hollywood writers and actors strikes weighed on the early part of AMC's second quarter, it ended with incredible strength thanks to Inside Out 2. Chief Executive Adam Aron said in a statement during a conference call. Aron also noted that Deadpool and Wolverine, which opened on July 26, has set all sorts of revenue and attendance records for AMC. AMC can further expand market share from 22.5% in 2023 in a rebounding market with its vast network of premium large format screens and concert movie distribution, justifying its premium valuation. Wedbush analyst Alicia Reese wrote in her note released Monday, AMC can also drive revenue growth in Europe with greater upgrades, or with theater upgrades. However, here's the big old butt sandwich. We always get these butt sandwiches at the end. However, it is unlikely to do so until it works through balance sheet right sizing, Reese added. The company's heavy debt load and lack of dividend overshadow these positive factors, but AMC is focused on alleviating its debt. Since the beginning of 2022, AMC has reduced its debt by $1 billion, but still has $4 billion remaining net debt, the analyst said. On July 22nd, AMC extended the debt maturities on a significant portion of the debt due in 2026. It's supposed to be a game changer. Yeah, I'm wondering if we're not going to see possibly a strongest Q3 ever. Yukon says TradingView analysts say AMC 1 year max price target of 8 with low of 320. Gary says, still not able to log into Schwab's. Is that through the app or is that through a computer? If you're still having problems through a computer, I would file a complaint. I guess there always is. Make sure this is a good reason why if you don't have your MOAS checklist printed out, you can go to the description of this channel. I'm trying to find it as I talk, and I can't talk at the same time. Hold on a second here. MOAS checklist. Here it is. There's a MOAS checklist. Things that you should have available and handy for you. One of those things being a phone call list for your broker so that you can place orders over a phone should you need to. Those you should be able to have access to your broker through a phone at the very least. Yeah. I would be filing some complaints if you can't get any access. I mean, you should. They're still going to tell you that you can call to place orders if you want to, but that's a pain in the ass. But you should have their phone numbers handy and available to you, and know the numbers you have to press in order to get through to a representative. VIX is at 35.57, so it's hovering just above that signal at 35.
Casey, for Schwab specifically, the app on the computer and the phone has been down. I did call both of the numbers, and we'd get an unavailable and hold for representative, and it'd last about 10 minutes, and then hang up on you.
I would definitely file a complaint.
Oh yeah, did a couple months ago as well. You just get a sorry on that. Nothing more than people, yeah.
Do you need me to give you the information for filing a complaint?
If you can, that'd be great.
Give me 1 second. So there's a phone number. I did not know this existed. So there's this. Let me post this up here. It won't let me too many characters. You bastard.
I found an address online for the company and another phone number to, or file a complaint with Consumer Financial Protection Bureau.
Sorry, I can't, you're talking to me, but I can't hear you. I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing here. Sorry.
No problem,
Hold on a second. Contact us online. Okay, so I'm dropping out bits and pieces of what it is that they wrote here, and just so I can like get this out to you guys, and I'm gonna drop the part that I think is not important. It's just kind of fluff. All right, there you go. So that is the. I wonder if I can add something to that. Hold on a second. I might be adding to that here. 1 second. I'm gonna give you guys a link. I think maybe.
Yeah, I was gonna say their phones weren't working at all. So it's real fun.
That link right there is the. Can I include that in there? Hold on a second.
Next.
Of course not. All right. I can either post. I feel like it's better to post the phone number up there than it is to post the website. But what I'm imagining is going to happen is you're going to call in there, and then they're going to be like, "Well, this would be much easier handled if you could fill out the documentation at the link that I gave you." So I feel like maybe just giving you that link instead as the pinned item. But
yeah, I grabbed
this
the
should
both.
help you to fill out a.
Which is, I will.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and wait till later so I don't drop a bunch of F-bombs in there. Let's read a minute.
Unfortunately, though, I'm not sure if you can send that online. I'm not sure if there's an online portal for this. Let me check and see. Because it would be nice if you could just send an online portal and then and submit it instead of having to like snail mail it. Oh, it says you can email it.
Yeah, I'll definitely read through it and I'll get at that later tonight. I appreciate your effort. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Papa Max says finally able to log into Schwab from PC. So some people are getting through. Patrick says Schwab phones are down also. See, that's a real problem. That is not sounding good for Schwab. There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to get through on a phone line. I mean, if everything else is down, then yeah, they got problems. Danny says Casey is always prepared and has the questions to almost all of our answers. Or all of your questions, I think is what I meant to say. It's as if his dad was a lawyer or something. Yeah, well, that's not. If I was like my dad, I'd be way more prepared than I am. So maybe it's just residual.
Funny as we speak, I was just able to get into Schwab on their app.
Okay, Novocaine saying logged into Schwab from both PC and app on phone. So Novocaine was able to get through. A couple other people are able to get through. It looks like it might be finally starting to free up a little bit here. They got past the they drove down the volatility enough today to where they are able to get things working again, apparently. Which makes me wonder how many advancers we have in the market now. 531. It's about a little over double what we had from when we started out market open. Still under 1,000 though. Danny, good morning. Good to see you. Amazing Blue 2, did you hear my my story to you this morning about the post office?
I did. My wife called me right when you were getting into it, and I went back over it while you were playing the dramatic music on your first break. Thank you.
Melissa jumped me. She's like, why didn't you send this out sooner? I told her, I said, I didn't feel like sending him a COVID package. And I'm like, I know it wouldn't have gotten to him and had COVID. But I was like, I just didn't feel like, oh, hey, I'm sick. But by the way, I'm sending you this letter. So it's like, I didn't want to send it. So she's like, okay, well, you should have sent it a long time ago.
Sounds like you've infected.
I didn't put, I did not put that package together until this weekend. So I did not. It's a peel. It's a peel back. There's no licking going
How
on.
many people in the Detroit area that I know that have had COVID in the last 2 weeks? I know it's spreading like crazy. Is it like that wherever you guys
Yeah.
are?
Yeah, Texas got it pretty bad, me included. Yep. But just so you know, she should have a receipt that she can send me or show me that I can take a picture of it and then send to you so that you know that it's on its way. Her first day off is Wednesday, so I imagine she'll probably do it Wednesday.
No problem.
If she doesn't do it Wednesday, she'll probably do it Thursday. Yeah. So the package is all
When are we
done.
setting
It's
up
all
the next,
labeled and ready to go.
When are we setting up the next tournament?
We probably soon. Probably soon. By the way, well, you're gonna have some questions when you probably open. You're gonna be like, what? So, when you do have the questions, talk to me first, and I'll tell you why things are the way they are. So, you'll understand.
I wonder how people's 401k looks like. Do you think this has affected them yet or not?
Oh,
Probably a lot better right
ETFs
now
are
than
not
it
looking
did
good right
earlier.
now. That's that's true too. Yep.
Maybe it might be good that people couldn't get in their account.
I'm sure there's probably some. You could probably lend some credibility to the idea that they don't want a lot of people to make rash decisions. So,
Any is it bank runs yet? Not yet, huh?
have not heard of that. Let me check and see if they're. I mean, a lot of these kind of movements like this aren't going to impact everything like right away. You got to give it some time. You know, these will have impacts on the the banks later on down the road. Which is why the VIX is kind of like a 30-day kind of forecaster for what's about to happen. So, let me pull up here and see. Man, we're doing brisket tonight, and it's cooking, and it's like making me so hungry right now.
You know what? Well, no, I'd rather not say anything about that pool. I don't want to mess it up for those that hasn't seen anything. Haven't gone to it yet, but it's a great
It's a good movie, right?
Yeah.
Were you laughing?
I was shocked that they would use. Yeah, I was laughing, but I was also shocked that they would use certain words.
Oh, yeah.
I guess they learned to have a freedom of speech, right? Like being Disney.
Yeah.
I'm kind of happy they used those words because that's what life is about, having fun.
It is. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not. It's just part of human speech, though. I mean, it's not even.
Yeah.
I don't understand what point we got to where we're like, oh, you can't say that. That's a bad word. Like I don't understand where that came from exactly because,
I mean,
it's just I don't know where that came from. That whole idea of.
Yeah, I don't know. It's.
I mean, of course, you don't want your kids, saying a bunch of bad words. I get that. But to the way that we made it just so awful, it's like shame on you for using those words. It's like, why? It's just speech. It's just a word. It describes how you're feeling. It enunciates or gives.
Like,
go ahead.
He used a word to describe a certain type of group of, like a person. Like, if you're being, I'm gonna say the word. I don't think it'll spoil anything. Gay. He used that. I think he used it before, but he used it, and I'm like, what? That's kind of cool. It's not. There's nothing wrong with it. It's describing something, but even that group uses it. Like, what are you taking away? They're trying to take everything away from everybody. Who's sensitive? Nobody's really sensitive.
I'm not going to fight on that hill, but I'm just saying, there's just some words that I just don't understand. I'm with you on some words being villainized and not, it's just shit's another way of saying poop. It's just more expressive.
Yeah, poop.
Yeah.
I hope everybody goes and sees this great movie, man, because it's awesome. Call the shit poop.
I'm sure many of you guys saw the news over the weekend about Warren Buffett selling off 3.8 billion worth of stock in
Tokenized.
no, Bank of America, but he
Tokenized
also
Apple?
sold off half of his position of Apple. Yeah, yeah. It says I'm seeing a Motley Fool post here saying Warren Buffett selling over 3.8 billion worth of Bank of America stock in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. There, you heard it.
2 weeks.
Isn't that nice of him to let everybody know in advance that he's selling 3.8
I think
billion?
he sold, and then he told everybody.
Well, it says here, it says Warren Buffett selling over 3.8 billion worth of Bank of America stock in 2 weeks is an ominous and unmistakable warning for Wall Street. Let me get to the full story. It says here, key points. Warren Buffett and his top investing aides have sold more than 90.4 million shares of Bank of America stock since July 17th. Why is he even... I'm laughing right now because I think it's really funny how, like, we look up to, or we may, people are still admiring his, his quote unquote trades, but, they make a very conscious effort in saying that it's not just him deciding alone, that it's part of his team that are deciding to sell off these positions. But one of the things that I think is really interesting is I don't know how old Warren Buffett is, but I mean,
is he even alive?
Is he beyond that point?
Walk around.
Is he is he beyond that point to where you can, like, count on him for sound advice, or I don't know, at what point does that end?
Not.
You know?
Uh-oh. Are they trying to make him like Biden? He's too old to make.
Well, that's what I'm
his own decision.
Well, I'm throwing that out there because I mean it's a good comparison. Like, is there a certain age where, like, people still look up to Warren Buffett as a and the decisions that are being made with his portfolio is being I'm not sure what to call it. Remarkable? Trend-setting?
Is it? But is he really Casey? He's part of the big guys, man. He's up there. He has
Of course he is. Yeah.
I would say I would be admired if I heard something about Casey, selling and making millions. You're not up there, but he has connections. He can hear what's going to happen before we can hear it. So is that even fair?
No, it's not, is it?
Yeah.
Are you suggesting that he knows things in advance? Oh my goodness, that would be unethical for him to make those trades if that were the case. Yeah.
I mean, and then they say, "Oh, he's such a great dude." Really, I don't really look up to him.
I read yesterday that he's sitting on a cash hoard. Can't remember the exact number, but it's big enough right now that he could buy every single NFL football team for what they're worth right now. The entire league.
This article that I'm reading from right here says, to add to the point, Warren Buffett has been a net seller of equities for 7 consecutive quarters as of June 30th, 2024. For those of you without calculators handy, this equates to $131.6 billion in cumulative in net selling activity since October 1st of 2022. So he knows what's coming.
All we need him
Do
is
you-
to invest in AMC now.
Yeah, I've heard some people suggest that. I know. I don't particularly agree, but I get where the sentiment is coming from. You know what I mean? I don't want to be a
Guys,
part
Warren
of.
Buffett. Sorry, but Warren Buffett knows
Go ahead.
nothing. Jim Cramer said the markets, going up. So
Yeah.
what, you don't believe in Jim Cramer? You've lost faith in him? Oh my God!
Oh, did you see his post this
I'm
weekend that I
speechless.
commented on? I thought that was so funny.
No.
Hold on a second.
What
I
was
gotta
it?
pull this up. It's funny. Hold on a second. I'm pulling it. Let's see here. He looked so proud of himself too, and I was like, I almost felt bad because I don't like to say negative things, because it's just no need for that. But here we have Jim Cramer saying start of something big. He posted this on what day was it specifically? Because I remember I was like, oh shit. He posted this August 4th, so yesterday. He posted this picture. And of course my response was, are we going to be throwing those? Sorry. That's funny. For those of you who can't tell what those are tomatoes. So, yeah. He looks so genuinely happy that he may have done the work to get those off of the vines.
Maybe that's therapy.
Might be. Do you think he's advertising with what he's got, what he's wearing?
Or maybe
Or is that just
that's a signal. That's a signal that we're gonna have a red market.
Yeah. Could be. He's wearing red. I wore a red shirt today. I don't know if you saw that, if you guys noticed or not. Yep.
With
It's
that
like one of my
handkerchief,
few
it looks
red
like
shirts.
you're joining
Driving a
so with
train?
that handkerchief, it looks like you should be joining a cornhole league in South Florida.
I was thinking a train driver, but okay. Haas says he's sitting on, in regards to Warren Buffett, he's sitting on $277 billion in cash, and then Papa Mac said cash is king. Somebody said that somewhere. Once upon a time.
Somewhere, somebody that holds a position in AMC. Somebody,
The largest
CEO.
single shareholder position. Yep.
Yeah, somebody said that.
Thanks, Danny. Hey, Danny, at least somebody laughed at my what I thought was funny. Thank you. Thank you for laughing.
Thank you,
with me.
Danny.
Or at me, it doesn't matter. Danny gets my humor. Turtle says bloody day. Wouldn't it be awesome if AMC was able to close out the day like pretty darn close to breaking even? That'd be pretty awesome.
What about margin calls? What the hell?
The VIX, I don't think those, like I said, I don't think those come until you have more liquidations out of cryptos, and that's going to come over time, though. But the VIX is back under 35. It broke down to 33.96. That is, remember, that can be common to have that big first initial break above 35, and then seeing it drop back down below 35 temporarily. It has happened in the past. If I were to take this to a 30-minute time interval, and I know this is going to be painful to do here, but if I take this to a 30-minute time interval and I scroll back to COVID of 2020, give me just a second here because it's going to take a little bit of scrolling to do.
Numbers time.
Where am I at? Is it? Okay, go. We'll take a look at this first for numbers. Give me a second. Should be getting close. There we go. Where's the first break past 35? Here it is right here. The first initial break past 35. I do have this on a 30-minute time interval, so you can see the 28th would have been the first day that it really kind of broke past 35. And then by the next traded day would have been March 2nd. And on March 2nd, it drove back down underneath 35 and stayed there for all the way up until the 5th. So it had about, was that 3 trading days? 3 trading days underneath 35. For the most part. There was some time above 35, but very, very little. And then after those 3 days, it really started shooting back up again, and then didn't actually come back down until after I think the market even got halted at some point in here or another. I can't remember exactly what days they were in 2020. Somebody else could look it up for me, but I would imagine it would have been somewhere near during this time, in that March time frame. Anyways, AMC is getting a nice little push up here, so let's take a look at some numbers. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As it stands right now, we got about 47.14% going through off exchange, EDGX at 9.35, the combined total, and that's 56.49%, or about 5.51% less volume going through those exchanges than normal, which means that a lot of this price improvement's coming from less volume being traded through those exchanges, which means that financial institutions are responsible for this price movement. They're allowing this to move up. CHX volume for the day today is at 21,830 shares. Nothing unusually large going on there just yet. 30,000 is a big number that I'm looking for. It is elevated. GME CHX volume 3,578. Borrow fees in the last hour, an additional 300,000 shares have been borrowed. That's on top of the 1.2 already, so we're at 1.5 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. Fees are at 2.86 and rebates at 2.46. Taking a look at Ortex. An hour ago, there was a reporting of 109,000 shares having been returned for the day. It's now 125,000 shares. It's really not much of a change. It's going to leave that estimated short share interest of the free float at 17.58%. Cost to borrow mins at 3.94, average 4.68, and max 4.72. According to GME's Ortex data, 357,000 shares borrowed so far. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today on AMC is coming in at a strike price of $5 strike. An hour ago, there was 9.7 thousand contracts in volume. There's now 11.5. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4.50 strike. There was 9.1 thousand contracts in volume. An hour ago, it's now 13.2. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. GME was on here earlier this morning, but was falling down on the list. But had a wonderful 70+% buy to sell ratio. Unfortunately, GME has fallen off the list, and I do not see AMC on here. And it could be due to the fact that we're getting lower quantities of volume now than we had earlier this morning. MMRI is at 242.52. It was 238.06, so we're starting to see a rise in MMRI. 242.51. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates were also, for a very momentary period of time this morning, were returned to normal or normalized and are now inverted once again. But the spread an hour ago was 0.101 and it is now currently 0.107. Started out the day at 0.022. Nice movement on price, and we're getting some volume as well. Let's see what else we got going on here. Sectors. NASDAQ is down 2.73. Dow Jones is down 1.96, and the S&P 500 is down 2.26. We have 5,034 decliners to 582 advancers. The market's advancing by about 30 more advancers than it was an hour ago. It's a lot more than that. About 230 more advancers than it was an hour ago. 582. But that is still so hot that it's beyond the sun. It is Halle Berry hot, is how hot it is right now. Look out, steamy hot. That's apparently hotter than the sun. Sectors that are doing poorly for the day, the worst performing sectors are going to be technology, followed by consumer discretionary. What time is it? 11 o'clock? It could be time. Mag 7. On the Mag 7, everything is down. The lowest anything is down by is Meta, which is down 2%. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since Friday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 4.25. FRC up 7.69. Silvergate down 21.14. NYCB is up 3.89. First Horizon down 2.94. US Stank Core down 2.56. CIBC down 2.45. Citigroup down 3.13. Morgan Stanley is down 2.82. And that's it. We're actually seeing a lot of financials turning around to the positive side here. Gold is currently down 1.81. Was on an uptrend and is starting to make a reversal off that uptrend currently. It could just be a little bit of a pullback, and maybe a continuation. But for right now, it does look like it's breaking that trend up into a trend back down again. Silver is down 4.89% and starting to also break a trend trend up rather into a trend down. Ethereum Classic is up 4.96, starting to consolidate a little bit after an uptrend. The US dollar is down 0.51 and trending up. Oil is down 2.73, trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.28 to 0.36 and trending down. SPY is down 2.19 and trending up. VIX is up 42.63% and trending down at 33.36. IWM is down 2.55 and trending up. VB is down 2.08, trending up. Tesla is down 3.26, trending up. Amazon is down 4.02 and slightly trending up. Cinemark is up 2.17, trending up. AMC went green. Doge is up 5.51% and trending up. Bitcoin is up 1.49 and trending up. GME is down 4.65, trending up. HYMC is down 5.39, trending up. NCMI is down 4.59, trending up, and HOOD is down 8.22, trending up. AMC is down 0.1% and trending up. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day-to-day, 5.3. Yeah, $5.3 million more outflow than inflow. $11.29 million. 11.29 million shares traded so far after 159 minutes worth of trading. We're currently on a pace for 27.69 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 30 and 50 million, so we're underneath my prediction. We'll see if we get a boost in volume at the end of the day today. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.56, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with what appears to be a divergence in the vortex indicator about to occur within the next hour. RSI is at 55.11, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI 59.28, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 71.39, which is signaling overbought. AMC is now up 0.2. AMC stock to remain volatile after Q2 results. Analysts praise market share gains, caution on balance sheet. I heard we were getting an upgrade. Ooh, I'm also noticing that the bonds are starting to rise pretty significantly. Starting to take off a little bit here. I heard that AMC was going to get a credit rating improvement through the grapevine. Don't know if it's true. Let's see here. So Kim was kind enough to post something to me in a message. She said the Kobisi letter posted this out on Twitter saying, breaking: Charles Schwab, Fidelity, E-Trade, and Robinhood are currently experiencing trading platform outages. Since these outages began, the S&P 500 has rebounded 1.5%, adding 600 billion of market cap. Why have these trading platform outages not been fixed? Question mark. Every time these outages happen, trading platforms promise to fix the issue, and then the same exact outage happens the next time volatility returns. Users still cannot place trades 30 minutes after the open. Yep.
Users still cannot place trades 30 minutes after the open.
You got a little bit of a feedback there, Yucca.
Oh, I'm sorry. My mic is. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
See what I'm saying? It was muted. Yeah, whatever.
The Kobisi letter. You know what? I'm gonna follow this because I don't usually follow the. Oh, I am following. No, I'm not. Following it now. The Kobisi letter says, breaking: it has now been 1.5 hours since this is, when did they post this? They posted this 9:58 a.m. I'm assuming that's my time, so a little over an hour ago. 1.5 hours since the market opened, and users at Schwab, Vanguard, Fidelity, Ameritrade, and E-Trade are still unable to access their accounts. The volatility index VIX just hit its third highest level in history, yet retail traders are still unable to buy or sell. Did you list all of them? Looks like there was more than just that. It looks like they were looking at Down Detector. Give me 1 second. I want to pull up Down Detector and see what I'm seeing. Let's see. We've got Charles Schwab, UPS, Lumen, Vanguard, FPL, Archive of Our Own. I have no idea what that is. TD Ameritrade had some issues. Fidelity had some issues. CenturyLink had some issues. Microsoft 365, Amazon Web Service or AWS, Snowflake, Wow, Stamps.com, Gmail, Plaid. Is it Plaid? It's probably Plaid. Plaid, eBay, E-Trade, Microsoft Azure. Looks like it's about it. Looks like it hit quite a wide range of outages this morning. Highway Frog says, Pirate, you don't drive a Ford, do you? Oh. I see it's because you said you don't need anything else to fix or repair. Well, that's good because Ford stands for fix or repair daily. I was never a huge truck fan. I have a Toyota Tacoma. I've had a Toyota Tacoma since 1999, and or maybe it was 2000. I don't know. It's somewhere around 99 or 2000. And that Toyota Tacoma has just been a champ. And but when Melissa and I got together, she said like, "Well, what's your next truck gonna be?" And I said, "I don't. I'd probably just stick with Toyota." She's like, "You should try Chevy." She's a real Chevy fan. In fact, that was what I was going to choose between. It was either the Chevy or the Dodge Challenger, and of course, I went with the Dodge Challenger. It was a much more fun buy. I don't think I'll ever do it again, though. Not a big, huge Dodge fan after that. I would never, ever, after my experience buying that Challenger, I would never, ever buy a Dodge vehicle that didn't have a warranty. I would pretty much like once the standard dealership warranty ran out, I would immediately trade it in and buy a new one. If I were going to maintain ownership of a Dodge. I think I went through, and trust me when I say that I was not trying to street race that thing because I just not that kind of person. But I went through 3 different rear differentials on that thing. It was crazy.
Standard or automatic?
It was a standard. Are you gonna blame my driving abilities? Don't you dare! Don't you do it!
Well, I mean,
I feel like
it's a
it's
red
coming.
flag. You said you went through 2 or 3 of them, and it was a standard. So you were street racing, yes or no?
No. I never street race. I never street race. I don't do that.
What?
I
Okay,
don't,
you didn't
I'm
street
not a
race,
huge.
but did you lay into it?
Go ahead.
Yeah, did you lay into
it? In regards to laying into it, I think not any more than you shouldn't be able to in a vehicle like that.
Right.
Meaning I wasn't doing anything that I wasn't even like if I took it to a track, I would have been worse. And those cars are meant to track. You know, they're literally, a lot of people do that. That's what they're for. I didn't even take it to a track, and I never did any burnouts. I never did any, I did 0 to 60s, but the best I ever did was like terrible. I don't remember what it was. It was, I looked it up. I looked it up online to find out like what mine was versus what other people were getting on their same make and models and engine and everything. And I was like nearly a full second behind what it was some of the people were pulling. So there was, like I said, I was never doing anything that was what I would consider to be above and beyond what other people were putting their vehicles through and never having the same problems. So
Casey,
it's just it's an it. Go ahead.
No, when we were in high school,
I'll just say that. Go ahead.
Nope.
What was your dream?
In high school, my dream car was a GT50, 91 or 92. And I absolutely love those cars. Almost like the Vanilla Ice 50. And I'm probably bringing back some nostalgia for everybody, but I'm done.
I had I don't even remember what I was going to say now. Damn it. What was I going to say? Oh, it was a known issue. The rear differential on that vehicle for that year, I think they decided that they were gonna like get they changed up their manufacturer for the rear differential or something, or I don't remember what happened exactly, but there was a known issue with the rear differential for that year model, and people who were having issues maintained that they were like even with a replaced differential, that particular year required multiple. Usually, if you had one, you ended up having multiple that had to be replaced. So it was a known issue. It's just that you either got lucky or you didn't get lucky in regards to buying one of the cars that had a problem or didn't have a problem. But yeah. Apparently mine did. The more annoying part, I think, than anything is that I think on the first attempt to get it fixed, they held it for like nearly a month because they were backlogged on repairs. That's a long time to go without a car, especially if they don't give you like something to drive in the meantime. Every time after that, the fixes usually were a lot quicker, but the first time was the worst. Danny says, lay into it. What else are you supposed to do with the Challenger? It's not a granny car. That's my point. My father-in-law, we have 80... Shoot, I can't remember how fast our speed limit is. I think it's 80 or 85. We have 80 or 85 mile an hour speed limits here in some of the toll roads that we have. And my father-in-law was like, what's the fastest thing you got this up to so far? And I was like, I haven't even broken 100 yet. And he's like, what are you driving this thing around like a ninny for? So I had to, I think I got it up to like just a little over 100. It might have been like somewhere between 100 and 110. And that was the fastest I ever took the car. I just was not into racing it or driving it fast. It's not my thing. I prefer to live. And Turtle's right. They do have a huge trunk space. In fact, when I was buying it, the dealer said you could probably fit about 3 dead bodies in here. And it's true. It's very, very true. I would know. Projuler says Casey drives a lesbian truck. Thank you, Projuler. Appreciate that. Hedge Trimmer says living is for ninnies. Yeah.
Is he talking bad about our Toyota trucks, Casey?
He is. Yep. He's talking about our Toyota trucks.
No, buddy.
He's just jealous.
It's the best truck.
He's jealous.
That's why all around the world, any war, you see Toyota trucks everywhere.
It never ceases to fail. This truck, my truck is a 1996, and it never fails. I get at least one offer a year, sometimes 2 offers a year on somebody who wants to buy it. I've never owned a vehicle like that before, where so many people have like approached. So many times I've walked out on my, parked in the middle of a supermarket somewhere, and I walk out and I find a note saying, if you decide you want to sell this, please contact me. And it's like, it's not one of those like generic ones. It's like on every single vehicle, like somebody went. It's literally like a handwritten note with the phone number for the person, and you can tell it's not like a duplicate kind of thing. I get those all the time. They just walk up to it, and there it is, sticking on the windshield.
only Toyota owners get that. That's how special we are. I'm the same way.
Yeah.
I get a bunch.
Well,
I get a bunch of
it's
notes.
their. Yeah, you get them stuck on the door handle, or on the under the wiper blade, the window wiper blade, or something like that. It's every year. The one offer I always get is always when I take it into the for emissions. It's always one of the guys at the shop who will ask me if I'm willing to sell my truck. Every single time. The other offers usually come from like people just in random.
Yeah, when I take my truck camping or go to the grocery store and just park it, come out, there's always a note. There's always standing somebody looking at it, taking pictures of it. I had some guy literally was parked on the outside of my house, and he set up a tripod, everything, put a camera up, was standing in front of it with a pose. Okay, go for it.
It's crazy, right? It's so weird. It's like, okay. I don't get it. I've seen your picture of your truck, though. Your truck's pretty cool looking.
Yeah.
I like what you did.
Long time building that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's since high school.
All right. I think I'm going to head to break. ABC Pediatric says, good morning, Casey. With the significant drop in the market, doesn't this work in our favor of the short sellers? Is there a chance for margin calls? Yes, there's always going to be that chance of margin calls, but you just don't know what their margins are, right? So you don't know when that's going to happen. It's very, very difficult to tell. One of the key indicators that I'm looking for is seeing any kind of residual funds that they may have in crypto exiting their position out of crypto, which means that you're going to see, things like Bitcoin dropping to somewhere between, I'm guessing somewhere between 20 and 30K a coin would be my estimate. And when you see that happening, then you know that they've exited out and they don't have any position left. And more than likely, it's going to make it more difficult for them to be able to withdraw funds to be able to prop up the market or their collateral that they're holding in stocks. So those are the kind of things that I'm looking for to tell me that we're nearing the end. I'm also looking for small hedge funds that are announcing that they're closing up shop. They're done. They're broke, bankrupt. That's another key sign that you should be looking for as well. Because obviously it won't be the big guys first. It'll be the small guys. And that's all I got for you guys. I will see you guys back at 12:10.
All right, enjoy your break.
How many y'all?
Off you go.
How many y'all couldn't sleep last night? Did you guys sleep well, or?
No, I was up off and on all night.
Same thing. I was off and on after 1 o'clock in the morning. Saw what was going on. I couldn't sleep the rest of the night, but I tried because I have to work.
I think I got up at 4. I woke up and I think I fell asleep with my phone on because something was playing. I don't know. It was some video was playing or something. I didn't click on it. I don't remember clicking on it. It was some person. It was a meme or something that was it was on repeat. And so I woke up to my phone playing, and I still had my glasses on, so I had to take my glasses off, and it was 4 o'clock, and I was like, well, I might as well check everything real quick, and started looking. I was like, holy crap, this is insane. So I did go back to sleep, though, fortunately. Figured a lot of people would have light rest from last night, but all right.
All you guys beating up on my Ford, all you guys, including you, Casey, beating up on my Ford truck. Anytime you want to bring your title, anytime you want to bring your title and your Toyotas and meet me out front, I'll trade. We'll just say winner keeps both vehicles. We'll chain them together, and I'll drag you guys around like a child drags around a teddy bear.
We weren't talking bad about the Ford.
You're right. Yeah, no. Well, I said fix your repair daily. I did say that.
Yeah, that's what I said. All you guys talking shit about Fords,
Bring your title and your truck, and I have a chain. Or you can bring a chain too, and we'll find out.
All right, well,
Yeah,
I'll take you on that.
I
Hey,
think
I would take you on that bet any day of the week because I'll tie my winch to a tree. I'll tie your truck to the back of my truck, and then I'll drag you no matter what.
You're presupposing I don't have a winch, see? So right up, bring that shit. Bring your shit and bring the fucking title with you, and we're gonna bring somebody to video it because I'm gonna shame all of you guys all over the internet. Your little fuzzy pumper
I'm saying
plates
all
for
I'm gonna
trucks.
say.
You run to Walmart, you get a bag of dog food and one bag of chlorine for your pool, and you think you're carrying something. Get the fuck out of here. I carry more shit in the trunk of Mrs. Pyrus Mercedes than most of you guys carry in your damn trucks.
That's right.
I'll have
That's
to
right.
take
I'm
pictures.
carrying 20,000
Trucks.
pounds behind me right now, and it ain't
Trucks.
even. It's like pulling a dream.
I guess here starts the car wars.
I know my trucks
because I'm
intimately,
trying to
man.
remember the name.
I used to buy them a handful of time, and I know the ones
So-
that let me down, and I know the ones that made me plenty of money. And I can tell you, I've been a steadfast Ford man for 20 years. I never had a major systems failure. Henry Ford treated me good, and as far as cost of ownership go, I can give you some real numbers that'll take your breath away about how much the
I'll tell you
trucks
what.
produced and made versus cost to own.
Here's the thing, though. I've never seen Top Gear try to kill a Ford like they did at Toyota. And I mean, they went as far as like lighting it on fire,
I don't argue they're reliable.
dunking it in the ocean.
My Mercedes-Benz,
Yeah.
my Mercedes-Benz is reliable too, but my Mercedes-Benz doesn't make me any money, and that's what I'm all about. I'm about Benjamins coming my direction. You know, you can't, if you want to go out tomorrow and take your MOAS money and buy yourself a nice 32-foot pontoon boat for your family to enjoy on. Most of these trucks won't pull a greasy string out of a dead horse's ass, much less pull a boat up that ramp. So don't get it twisted. If you're going to buy a truck, buy a truck. If you want to buy a car, buy a car. That's all I'm saying.
A greasy string out of a dead horse's ass. Holy shit.
I get it. They're really reliable. I get it. But, you know, so is a Honda Accord. So is my diesel Mercedes. I'm just saying, buy a truck for a truck. I have the same problem with the Tesla truck. It's not a truck. It's I don't know what it is, but it's not a truck.
It's a boat.
Yeah.
All right, I'm heading to break. I'll see you guys in a bit.
If you go.
AMC is up over 1% now.
Pretty nice. I moved everything we owned from the cattle operation in Ohio and Indiana to Florida in 3 trips with my dually. At a 50, I don't remember if it was a 50 or a 55-foot race car trailer. I had some pictures of it I put up before. Casey showed them, but tri-axle trailer, 6 heavy-duty truck tires on it and brakes. And inside the trailer on the first load, I carried a Jeep Wrangler, 2 jet skis, a boat, a 1,000-pound gun safe, and then half a house full of small stuff that I could cram in any of the little corners. And then I drove 80 miles an hour for 11 hours from Cincinnati to Florida. Did that 3 times. You hook up to a Toyota Tacoma and do that.
Sorry for interrupting you. Just giving everyone a heads up. Charles Schwab app is up and running now.
It's been up for a while. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just got in. No, definitely Toyotas do not tow or haul anything. They could barely tow themselves. That's the most lacking part about those trucks. It's the engine power. It has nothing.
heaviest loads I ever pulled was tile. We went to a closeout place who sells discounted construction supplies, and they had beautiful ceramic floor tile, the big stuff, like 18-inch square tile. And I bought six or eight pallets of it. Put one pallet in the back of the truck and 5 pallets on the trailer behind it. I think those pallets weighed, I don't know, 4 tons a piece, something like that. I can't remember, but it was a load. I know we had we loaded it with a forklift, but to unload it on the job site, we had to cut the bands, cut the boxes open, and move 2 tiles at a time. Took us yeah, you're right, Highway Frog. It was way overweight, crazy overweight. They would have locked me up if they'd have caught me. Same goes for my Traco. I pull that excavator around town. If the man ever catches me, I'm going straight to jail. We used to hook the flatbed trailer up to it. Sandy would pull it into the hay field. I had a tractor with a hay spear on the back and the front. After all the baling was done, those bales weighed 1,000 pounds apiece. I'd put one in the back of her truck, and I'd put anywhere from 6 to 10 on a trailer behind her. It's however high I could stack them up. Then I would grab one on the back of my tractor and then one on the front. And we would bring home like 14 bales at a time, 12 dozen 1,000-pounders at a time from the fields. Grassy hillsides, dew on the ground. I can't tell you how hard we worked those trucks. And they always did the job for us. We own some General GM trucks. I've had the occasion to buy those used, and that was the reason I ended up with them for our company. And we bought a couple of those that were like you see the electric companies use when they come in after a hurricane to repair things. We didn't have the bucket lift on ours. We just had the box that blew the wood chips into and carried them. They had the man cab on them. And those were good trucks. They had a 366 General Motors engine in them with the standard transmission, manual transmissions. And those held up. They were industrial motors. They held up very, very well under abuse. And we bought a couple secondhand trucks from Lowe's. Lowe's used to deliver lumber by trucks. Maybe in some places they still do, but they had, but those were Fords. They had an F700. They were flatbeds that would dump. They'd pull up to your yard with a load of lumber, and they'd dump the lumber off into your yard. We found those worked really well for carrying logs off of job sites. But those were Ford. Guys on here talking about Jeeps. We've owned a few Jeeps, and Jeeps are they're fairly reliable overall. Different models have had different issues. But one of the biggest things that they were good for were towing behind RVs. If you had a big diesel pusher or a camper, if you will, if you wanted to travel and see the country and you wanted to tow something behind you, the Jeeps were enormously popular for that, because you can't. That's called a flat tow, towing a vehicle with all 4 wheels on the ground. Some vehicles, many vehicles, if not most, if you do that to them, you'll destroy them, because you can't, without the car running and lubricating as it should, the fast spinning motion of those components will burn it up. And the Jeep doesn't have that problem. You can disconnect the 4-wheel drive, On a Jeep, you can put the transmission, the transfer case in neutral and let everything free spin. So all four wheels will spin as you drag it down the road without it spinning all those drive shafts. So that's why you'll see so many Jeeps behind people with fancy RVs traveling.
That's why the tow trucks will remove the drive shaft on big trucks.
Yep, exactly. You're exactly right. Go to a NASCAR race where multi-billionaires where money is no object, and looking, obviously they haul all their race cars with tractor trailers, but look and see what kind of pickup trucks they pull around in. It'll tell you a whole lot. Go to a regional airport where wealthy people own airplanes and look at the pickup trucks they drive and ask yourself why. If they can buy anything they want, why they pick those particular trucks.
Hey, Pirate,
Yes, sir.
can you tell me the price of AMC? I'm just driving right now. So
Yeah, man, it's $5.07. Just kind of the last 4 or 5 minutes, it's 1 penny or so right there, trading there. And GameStop, or excuse me, the VIX is at 33.14.
wow, that dropped.
Yeah, it dropped and bottomed at about 30.95, and now it's kind of climbing back up again.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I'm just on that bridge in Louisiana, and it's just
GameStop hit a low pre-market for 17.56. It opened up somewhere around 18.5. It's up to $20.33 at the moment. there's sound. I just at the moment, no one has anything to share. Casey is on break, making himself a drink and using the bathroom, like he going his normal routine. The rest of us are just kind of chilling here watching the charts.
Alright, stop what you're doing, cause I'm about to ruin the image and the style that you're used to. I look funny, but yo, I'm making money, see? So yo, world, I hope you're ready for me. Now gather round. I'm the new fool in town, and my sound's laid down by the underground. I drink a bottle of Hennessy you got on your shelf, so just let me introduce myself. My name is Humpty, pronounced with the Humpty. Yo, ladies, oh, how I like to
Humpty dance.
And all the rappers in the top 10, please allow me to bump thee. I'm stepping tall, y'all, and just like Humpty Dumpty, you're gonna fall when the stereos pump me. I like to rhyme, I like my beats funky, I'm spunky, I like my oatmeal lumpy, I'm sick with this. Straight gangster man.
Censored content in the house.
That's a throwback right there. That's a good song.
Yeah.
Is that your entrance song?
Humpty Dumpty took a great
He's
fall, right?
he's the grand master of sound clips, man. He never has the same entry song. He's got variety.
Well, you would
AMC at
think he would have
506.
chosen that for the song of the day.
friend of mine that passed away not too long ago had the 60-foot charter boat. He had a personal boat that he would charter out for small families or guys who wanted to pay a little bit more to go after the real big stuff. 34-foot long Venture. The name of it was the Big Kahuna. But it had twin 300s on the back of it, and that's a custom built boat, heavy beast, triaxle trailer. But I launched him and recovered him at the ramp a few times. You back down a greasy, algae laden boat ramp with sand on it, little seaweed. You try to pull a 34-foot boat, twin 300 engines on it up that ramp, it separates the toys from the boys real fast. And I have to admit that GMC with the Duramax he had, that was an impressive truck. That wouldn't be hard to, if I weren't such a diehard Ford guy, it wouldn't be hard to sell me one of those. He would drag his, that 34-footer, he would drag it from Pensacola to Key West 3 or 4 times a year. He had a house in the Keys, and he would drag the boat back and forth. So as much as it pains me to say so, I'd look real hard at that GMC, the Duramax in it. Three-quarter ton truck. Those of you who are listeners only, AMC still creeping up there at $5.09, 509. GameStop is at $20.31. Mainstream media says the Japanese Nikkei fell 13%. That's the biggest single day drop since Black Friday
1987. That's crazy.
Wasn't it like an 8 or 10% drop overnight? And then wasn't there like another 8% last Friday?
Yeah, I haven't looked back at the charts, but I know today has been, it's made history today.
Yeah, there was somebody I heard talk about the carryover trade, which was the first time I ever heard anything about that. They were talking about it last week, and now it's like all over.
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand what the carry trade was, but what all they really need to know is that for years, Japan has offered almost interest-free loans. It's been practically free money, and that's no longer the case. So all those people who were using that cheap money from Japan to invest in anything else, you pick it, whatever it is, they have to unwind those trades because now Japan's asking for interest, and doesn't seem like much, but I think they raised it 1.5% or something overnight. Don't kill me if I don't have the exact number right, but it's essentially going from not having to pay anything to borrow money to they have to pay enough interest now that the trade doesn't work. So once it kills the deal, all that has to be unwound. And by unwound, I mean if you were playing the markets, whatever you were doing with that cheap money, can't do it anymore. So here we are. So
crazy.
Yeah. So if the stock market is the USS Titanic, then the Nikkei is the iceberg it just hit. It may take some time. It may not play out today. It may not play out in a week, but make no mistake about it. This thing's gonna ripple.
Would Casey say the VIX is like kind of like estimating or predicting volatility like 30 days out?
Well, that's what it is. The VIX literally stands for volatility index. It's a temperature gauge for how wild things are getting. And that's why I said it's like a canary in a coal mine. In the old days, they would take a canary and put it in a cage, and they'd take it down in a coal mine because the canary's biology was such that it was very delicate. And if any sudden rises in dangerous gases would kill the canary faster than it would a human being. So miners used to take a canary down into a coal mine and leave it in a cage while they worked. And if anybody looked up and that canary was dead, they had to get out. So that's where you'll hear the old timers say it's a canary in a coal mine. That's what that's about. It's an indicator of bad things that's coming.
We've been saying it for a while too. It's like we were saying yesterday, somebody had made mention that regular people are finding all these anomalies before, your regulators are, which is nuts.
Chris Taylor said, so is it bad, carry trade or whatever? The carry trade in and of itself wasn't bad, Chris. It was enormously profitable for the people who were doing it. But it's, all good things must come to an end. The carry trade is just a term that they use. It's a way to describe what they were doing, and think of it if it's like everybody says everything's fine as long as the music's playing, but once the music stops, it's like and the music has stopped. Everything with the carry trade worked fine because the money was cheap coming out of Japan. They were willing to loan the money at such ridiculously low rates. For some people, it's kind of like shooting fish in a barrel. You could take that money and go elsewhere in the world and do good things with it, profitable things with it. And the only reason it worked was because the money was so cheap, the money that you could borrow to do it. Think of it in the most simplistic terms, like if I would let you, if you could go buy an apartment building today, but I gave you money at 0% interest for it. So all you have to do is make maybe a principal payments or something. How can you lose? I mean, just sometimes that's what kills. Like I go back to real estate because it's what I know best, but sometimes on a real estate deal, the only people that make any money are the bank. Well, that's not the case with the carry trade. The money was so cheap pouring out of Japan that you could go do other things, other opportunities, and you didn't have to worry about paying too much for the interest. Most of the time you got to sit down and see what your cost of capital is. Very few people operate off of a cash bankroll. Most of the time business deals are done through borrowed money. So for years and years and years, the money was cheap. So all this business was taking place simply because there was cheap money to be had. And they said, no more. We're not doing it anymore. And that's a whole nother topic. But they raised just like we raise our rates in the United States, they raised their rates. I can't remember, but I want to say it was 1.5 was the first raise. And it starts a landslide of people saying their business model doesn't work anymore. If I shift you from a 0% credit card to a credit card that charges you interest with a payment on them, that changes your math. And some of these deals are so slim that the only reason they worked was because the borrowed money was so cheap. Once they have to pay for that money, the deal collapses. It's no longer profitable. So they got to get out of those deals. So here we are. No, it's no worries, Chris. It's what we're here for. We're just friends hanging out, sharing what we know. If I have a question on putting a set of overset tires on my fleet side truck and I want to find something that won't rub the frame, but I want to get all the sidewall and get out of it, you'd be the guy I'd go to. Apparently, you know these things. That's what we do here, man. We're just friends that hang out. We share knowledge with each other and occasionally a laugh. Well, KC's back.
And eat crayons and fling poo.
Yeah, we eat crayons, fling a little poo. So to sum it up, Chris, you don't really have to understand all the mechanics of the carry trade. Just understand the basics. It was really cheap money that allowed big players to run around the world and engage in businesses because they had a zero interest credit card. And the credit card company says, we're not doing it anymore. So whatever businesses they were involved in, and the majority of it is in the markets, they have to unwind their positions, or unwind is a fancy word for saying shut it down, complete it. They can't continue with what they were doing. And that's what you're seeing here.
Well, thanks for explaining the carry trade, Japanese Japan. Probably not say Japanese. Japan carry trade.
Yeah.
So appreciate that.
He
numbers?
asked. I didn't mean to steal your. I didn't mean to take
No.
your content away. I didn't know if you were going to cover it later. He just said, "Hey, dude, what's up with this?" And I'm like, "Hey, man, yeah."
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I probably, to be quite honest, in order for me to I understand in my head what it means, but trying to come out with words that so you can explain it like you're 5. Kind of thing is where I have to start like leaning on things like, like lemonade stands and stuff like that. And it's like it becomes a little bit difficult for me to come up with like analogies on what it would be like. I could try though.
I think the biggest thing I noticed right off the bat was that people got so hung up on trying to learn what the carry trade was that they missed the point. You don't even need to understand what the carry trade was. All you need to understand is the ramifications of why they're shutting it down. In my opinion, you'd be better served to figure out, but I guess it makes sense for you to understand why it hurts. Then you need to understand what was going on to begin with. But yeah, no worries. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you late on numbers, man. We're 15 minutes past.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm going to take you guys over the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns. And man, I can still feel the COVID in my lungs. Hold on a second. It's taking it out of me. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account when you sign up. And when and if you sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put a secondary device on that, you might want to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Last but not least, make sure you guys have statements of your portfolio from your brokers. I know a lot of people had a lot of problems getting in touch with their brokers today. Imagine that there will be other future broker issues as well. Don't expect it all to be hunky-dory going forward. And if you think just being able to get into your broker is a problem, wait until they can't even access your data, your information. All right. What's first? Off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange right around 63% going through that and EDGX combined. We got about 47.57% going through off exchanges and EDGX at 9.28 for grand total 56.85%, or about 6.15% less volume going through those markets, or those exchanges rather. Sorry, that's actually really, really good because part of the reason why we're seeing upwards movement in price is because we're seeing less volume going through those exchanges. It's great. Wish it was like this more often. CHX volume for the day today is at 23,891 shares. That is definitely elevated, but not over the 30,000 that gets me excited. CHX for GME is at 4,376. Borrow fees. No change in borrow amount of shares available to borrow in the last hour, and so we're sitting at 1.5 million shares still borrowed for the day, according to IBKR, with fees increasing very, very slightly to 2.87% and rebate at 2.45%. Taking a look at Ortex data, had it on GME's numbers. Sorry about that. Putting on AMC now. As of an hour ago, Ortex was stating that there was about 125,000 shares having been returned for the day. It's now 19,000 shares. So that's a drive upwards in borrowing of shares, which is going to put that estimated short share interest of the free float at 17.59%. The cost per hour ends at 1.04, average 4.51, max is at 4.72. Shares on loan for the day today is at 100.39 million shares. That's 2.58 million shares less on loan today than there was on Friday. Ortex estimating about 620,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at GME, 311,000 shares borrowed so far for the day. The estimated short share interest of the free float's at 10.06. Average or cost per hour mins at 0.59, average 1.03, and max 4.33. Options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $5 strike with 11.5 thousand contracts. That's jumped up to 15.8 thousand contracts at 5. Highest amount of put volumes coming in at a $4.50 strike. There was 13.2 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 15.1 thousand contracts. The market is still suggesting a closing price somewhere between 4.5 and 5 by the end of the day today, even though we're over that amount, or at least we were when we started the numbers. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME were not on this list the last hour. GME was on the list for the earlier periods of time this morning. Not on the list currently. MMRI was 242.51 as of an hour ago, is now 241.75. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rate is currently at 0.118. It was 0.107 an hour ago, so that it's becoming more inverse as the day goes on. I feel like our market's trying to right a wrong that happened overnight. NASDAQ is down 2.79, Dow Jones is down 2.27, and the S&P 500 is down 2.46. We have 5,063 decliners to 617 advancers. That's about 30 more advancers than it was an hour ago. But still on fire like Halle Berry. Worst performing sectors for the day today. Looks to be technology followed by consumer discretionary. Of the Mag 7, all 7 are down. The least worst one of the group is Google, down 2.02. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since Friday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 5.86. FRC is up 7.69. Silvergate or SI is down 21.14. First Horizon is down 3.52. Stank of America down 2.45. U.S. Stank Core is down 2.82. Citigroup down 2.75. Morgan Stanley down 3.09. That's all I got for you. Hold on a second, guys. I gotta do an inhaler quickly. Give me just a minute. It's like taking a hit for pot. Okay. Gold is currently down 1.6% and is consolidating after an uptrend. Silver is down 5.07% and trending down. Ethereum Classic is up 5.68 and trending up. The US dollar is down 0.46 and consolidating after a trend up. Oil is down 3.18, consolidating after a trend up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.19 to 0.28 and consolidating after trends down, it looks like, yeah. SPY is down 2.33 and is consolidating. It finally did break that 520 level, but it's kind of hovering around it right now on either side of 520. And let's see, what else? VIX is up 33.43. Looks like it may have found a little bit of a bottom at 30.92. Still trending down, though. Up 42.92% day over day. Futures on the VIX are suggesting it should be somewhere around 27.88. So we're starting to get a little bit of a tightening between where the futures are and where the VIX is actually at. IWM is down 2.98 and is consolidating after trend up. VB is down 2.43 and consolidating after trend up. Tesla is down 3.43 and slightly trending down. Amazon is down 4.11 and trending down. Cinemark is up 1.05 and trending down. Doge is up 5.44 and is trending up. Bitcoin is up 1.3, consolidating after trend up. GME is up 3.51 and trending up. HYMC is down 5.93 and trending up. NCMI is down 5.3, trending up. Actually consolidating since trending up. Hood is down 7.58 and is slightly trending up. And AMC is up 2.02% and trending up. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, there's approximately 4.4 million. I'm having a breathing issue. $4.4 million more outflow than inflow. Volume is currently at 14.82 million shares traded so far for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace. It seems like we may have a volume uptick here in the last hour. We're currently at 234 minutes worth of trading. So we're on a pace right now for 24.71 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Certainly a higher traded volume day than we had last week. But right now it's outside of my 30 to 50 million share traded volume prediction for the day. So I get a little bit on the high side there. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure on the Vortex indicator, RSI at 50.83, which is right down the middle. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the Vortex indicator within the last 2 hours. RSI is at 58.64, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.54, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.19, which is above average. And with that, I just want to kind of mention to you guys, or just note, that AMC is one of 617 stocks now that are out there that are in the green for the day today. If that doesn't tell you something good about our stock, I don't know what will. When you have a market of 6,000 plus participants and only 600, what is that, 1/10, or what am I saying, 10%? 10% of that 6,000 is in the green, and your stock is one of them, you should feel pretty good. For now. I have a feeling towards the end of the day today, we're going to see a little bit of a market dump off. All right, Turtle, blaze together. I feel like that's what it's like doing the arbuterol. It's like, I feel like I want to do it and then pass it and be like, ear. Brings back memories. Billy says reverse repo 316 billion. That sounds lower than normal. Hold on a second here. I apologize, guys. I know annoying. It's got to be annoying the crap out of you that I'm clearing my throat. I apologize. I'm not gonna. I shouldn't apologize. I'm just gonna keep doing it. Warning you now. Let me see here. Reverse repo. Got it. Yeah, it is definitely still falling. There's our end of the month peak that we get every month. Every month at the end of the month, the last trading day gets that little jump up there. And then it usually continues to fall from wherever it left off at. We had a little bit of a buildup here in the end portion of June where the reverse repos were being utilized leading into that last day, and then it started trending back down again. So still on a trend down, 316 now, 316 billion. I thought this was interesting. Man. Let me see if I can find it. I thought this was really kind of cool. Here we go. This is from a CPA. And it looks like he pulled this off of I don't know where he pulled this off of. Maybe it looks like it might have been the intro for DFV's live stream maybe that he had with us. And maybe as the live stream was closing out, it had images. I know it had images in the beginning, and I can't remember what they look like, but this might have been one of the beginning ones, but it looks like he pulled it at, no, it does look like he pulled it for me from the beginning of this. This is really, really interesting. If you want to, holy crap, there's so much in here to take away from this. But if you don't see it, then there's so many things that are happening here that are probably aha moments now that you wouldn't have had when he initially posted this. And I'm waiting to see what you guys say. I'm waiting to see the aha moments come rolling through here. I feel like I don't even have to say it. Like you should naturally see these immediately and be like, oh my gosh.
Sorry, what is it
Yep.
you're referring to?
There we go. It's one of the beginning images to DFV's, I think, live stream. If I had to guess, I'm only guessing where he pulled it from. Japanese is one. Does it have to do with the Japan market? Yes. And he's pointing at two different things. He's pointing at the Japanese. I think somebody already put it in here. He's pointing at the Japanese in here, and then he's pointing at a green candle. There's some other stuff. There's some other stuff in here. Might be a face in there that you might recognize.
That's a Ryan Cohen.
Yeah. Yeah, you see Ryan Cohen in there. You know who that is? You know who he's trying to make him out to be?
I know. It's
Cohen
a Marvel
Mystique.
guy.
Not. Yeah. No. Is that Marvel? I don't know if that is Marvel. Maybe it is Marvel. Yeah. I can't remember if those guys are Marvel or not. I always forget. It's a Dr. Manhattan. There we go. Mac and B's got it. Dr. Manhattan. Yep, as Ryan Cohen. He's got the GameStop little insignia on his forehead. Obviously, Roaring Kitty's in there. I'm not sure what these guys are. I'm not sure what the representation is of these guys in here, but maybe at some point or another, we'll figure that out and it'll become a little bit more obvious to us. Notice it says, I'll wager with you. I'll make you a bet. Is that Magneto? I'm not sure if that's Magneto or not. It's a magnet. A magnet. The Japanese carry trade to green candles will bring it like a magnet, maybe. I think that's Magneto. I'm not positive. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not sure. I'll make a wager with you. I'll make you a bet. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, there's someone on YouTube that broke down that whole image and goes into detail what all the characters mean. Supposedly mean. I don't know if you saw that or not.
I did not know that. I have not seen it. Game of Thrones, Green Fire, he was the priest. Ozymandias? Look up. Hold on. This is why I told you guys to go back and rewatch his videos. There's so much more there. Like some of the stuff that's happening, like is gonna. There's so much there.
Yeah, and whoever Ryan Cohen is, and one of his memes, he has that same character doing something in a meme where he kills somebody or something like that, or takes out one of the characters. It's supposed to represent Ryan, right? Not that Ryan gets taken out, that blue guy is in one of the memes.
So I looked up Ozymandias, and it took me to the Poetry Foundation. It's by Percy Shelley or something like that. It says, I met a traveler from a antique land who said, 2 vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the sand, half sunk in shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of a cold command tell that its sculptor well those passions read, which yet survive stamped on these lifeless things, the hand that mocked them, and the heart that fed. And on the pedestal, these words appear: "My name is Ozymandias, Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty in despair. Nothing besides remains round the decay of the colossal wreck, boundless and bare. The lone and level sand stretch far away." Well, that sounds ominous. It also sounds like the Middle East. That doesn't sound good at all. Let's see here. It's a sonnet written by English Romantic poet Percy Bysshe Shelley. Excuse me, sorry. It was first published in 11th of January of 1818 issue of the Examiner of London. The poem was included the following year in Shelley's collection, Rosalind, and I can't read all this stuff, and that's too much. I hate reading. The poem was created as part of a friendly competition in which Shelley and a fellow poet, Horace Smith, each created a poem on the subject of Egyptian pharaoh Ramses II under the title of Ozymandias, the Greek name for the pharaoh. Shelley's poem explores the ravages of time and the oblivion to which the legacies of even the greatest men are subject. He's the character I was pointing out. Okay. Audio Tits says only the penitent man will pass. Shall pass. Yeah, man. I love that Indiana Jones movie. That was probably, out of all of the Indiana Jones, the Last Crusade was probably my favorite. I really, really enjoyed that one a lot. Ozymandias 35 minutes ago. All right, hold on a second. Man. 4 years ago. I did it 35 minutes ago. Do it. Dan, I'm not a Republic serial villain. Do you seriously? So this looks like it's out of a comic book for the Watchmen, I think. Dan, I'm not a Republic serial villain. Do you seriously think I'd explain my master stroke if there remained the slightest of chance of you affecting its outcome? I did it 35 minutes ago. And then it shows New York with a clock on the eve of midnight. And yeah, I don't know. So this is it here.
Wasn't he 35 minutes late to the stream or something like that too?
I don't know. Was he? Maybe.
He was late, but I remember it being some time, and then I thought I seen it was like soon after the stream had ended. It was like maybe a week or something before, or maybe after somebody was mentioning about that, what you just said, and how he came late on the stream. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. Maybe it was meant
I
to
just
be.
I thought it was like I thought it was super weird that like I left and he immediately came on. I was like, what the hell's up with that? I was like,
I know,
what?
I thought you
How
guys
can you
were, like,
time that
working
any
together or
more
something.
perfect?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would think, right? Yeah. No, that's not happening. Very interesting. Sometimes people leave clues. You never know. Sometimes I leave clues. Sometimes you guys get it, sometimes you don't.
Like you leaving?
Turtle, like me leaving?
Right before a kitty shows up on screen.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't leave that as a clue. Turtle says, I just remember that blue guy had a huge schlong because he was naked and no one ever said anything about it. Oh man, I don't know. I've been too scarred by the pole vaulter recently to be able to remember what you're talking about. But I'm sure he would have been the previous scarring of a blue man.
Who's kidding who, man? That guy, that's the best thing that ever happened to that guy. Everybody in the world knows about him now. I mean, everybody's like, I got a gold medal and 2 silvers. He's like, really? You know, I'm famous
I don't even
because
know
my
his
junk
first or
is
last
so
name.
big, I got hung up on the high volt. You know, like,
I wouldn't even recognize him if somebody put a picture of him up right now. I would be like, I don't know who that is. I don't even know what he looks
funniest part
like.
to me, I thought it was the fall. Just his fall was just so like, it was just funny. It was like, fuck. It was just like a free fall. I'm just like, that's gotta suck for that dude.
I saw a funnier pole vault one where the guy goes up and then he lands on his pole on the way down, and it's like, oh man, those are funny. That's funny. Racking your junk on the
I'm
pole
waiting for
and
them to
missing
have
out
like
on
the
an Olympic medal.
water, the races where they race in the water. I don't know what they call all that, the 10-meter butterfly stroke or whatever. I want to see a guy lose because he's dragging the bottom.
Oh my
Is it
gosh,
true there was
somebody
a
did a
bunch of
video
people
where
that
they
got
were
sick?
showing. Yes, that's what I was just
Wasn't
going
there
to talk
like
about.
a bunch? Yeah.
Yeah, the triathletes were swimming in the lure.
It's like
I can't remember
Same.
what it was that they're
Yeah,
swimming.
but
They're
it's the
swimming.
The same.
Yeah, and they're swimming in it, and they're coming out, and they're just like puking their guts out. And then somebody took a picture. They went and took a video image of some of the water that's like coming out into that area, and showing like how nasty it looks. And I'm just sitting there going like, oh, that's the worst. It looks horrible. It looks absolutely
Yeah,
horrible.
they tried to spin it to put a good face on it. They tried to say that they were vomiting because of the overexertion or because they left it all on the battlefield. I'm like, no, motherfucker, they were swimming in a goddamn septic tank.
Yeah. I think this Olympic has got to be like one of the most poorly ran and I don't know, just so many bad things happening and with it. It's just
Not to mention there was a man that boxed a woman and beat her in like 45 seconds.
There's like all of it. Just so much that's gone on in this Olympics. It's just like I just don't even. I'm not even watching. I'm not protesting it. And I actually had somebody reach out to me and we were talking a little bit about the Olympics and everything. And I said I don't think people are probably watching too much of it right now due to the fact that they're protesting it from the opening ceremony, which is unfair to the athletes. But to be very quite honest with you, there are some. I mean, there's just so much stuff going on right now in the Olympics. It's like just outrageous that I just don't even really care to watch. It's not hitting for me this year. Which is funny because I'm trying to remember if
I think it drives home the point that politics shouldn't be in sports. I think it drives it home. Just concentrate on sports. If it's going to be a sport, you shouldn't have all that other bullshit intertwined in it.
Yeah. Haas says, Casey, last Friday you were talking about Berkshire's price. When you went to leave the stock, I was looking at the chat and I was thinking, are you indicating the price of AMC? I don't recall doing that. I don't know. I don't I don't remember much from last week. I know it probably seemed like I was back and at it again and everything, but I was hanging on by a thread throughout the entire week last week, guys. It was rough for me. I was trooping. I was trying to be a trooper about it and just suck it up and make it through the week, but I really don't remember much of what I said at any point in time, honestly. I do remember Friday more than any of the days. We seem to be barcoding a little bit now. We'll probably see that happen right up until about 2 o'clock. I am expecting a little bit of a dump in the market towards the end of the day today. I think we're seeing a little bit of recovery now, but I'm expecting to see that because it kind of happened last night too in Japan as well. It started off, a fire, and then it slowed down for a while. And then by the time I woke up earlier in the morning, I don't remember what time that was. It was back on fire again. And I was explaining to a lot of the guys last night, when we saw the initial fire and things cooled off, I told everybody, I was like, it's probably going to trade the same way our market does, where it's like real volatile the front and the back half, but, just a bunch of dead in the middle. So I think that's kind of what we're getting right now.
Did anybody go see any movies this weekend?
I did not. My next movie is it Romulus? Aliens Romulus? Which is...
I saw Despicable Me 4.
Me too.
How was it?
It was good.
It was good.
If you like the other ones, there's some really funny parts. I mean, it's some kid humor, but some adult humor mixed into it as always.
Did anybody see they have new pretzel bites? It's the King's Hawaiian pretzel bites.
I saw those. I did not try them. Unfortunately, I wanted to get
what does that mean?
The chocolate almonds, but they weren't there.
Yeah, I didn't see any almonds either. The King's
All I saw
Hawaiian.
was pretzels and raisins.
You've never had the King's Hawaiian buns, like the bread? They make like rolls.
Dinner rolls. They're famous for their dinner rolls.
So it's a dinner roll with but pretzels?
No. It's like pretzel bites, but I guess it's made out of those Hawaiian rolls. And it's they're made like
probably a soft. I would imagine it's a soft pretzel instead of a hard.
Yeah. It's if you've ever had any of their regular pretzel bites, they're this. It's like that, but it's like the Hawaiian breading, like the pretzel's made out of it, like sweet. It was good, and they give you like 30 bites, and it's like $13. It's not bad.
Oh wow, that seems like a lot.
Yeah, it was a good deal.
Dario, I think somebody else mentioned who it was that was in the picture, not being Magneto, but somebody from Game of Thrones, like a doctor or something. Somebody mentioned it in the chat. You'd have to scroll back a little.
Yeah, Maize and Blue too. We also were out at Buckle Almonds. We only had the pretzels and raisins and the peanuts. But honestly, my favorite out of all the candy so far has been those raisins, man. Those things are so good. And I've never really been into chocolate raisins before.
Yeah, we just
Turtle
want
was saying it
popcorn
was the
and
green candle from Game of Thrones.
frozen ices and some of the Sour Patch Kids for my son. But yeah, I was looking forward to the almonds. Unfortunately, they were all out.
Sorry, Casey. Go ahead, buddy.
I think Dorian just said it. The High Sparrow from Game of Thrones. Thank you, Dorian. I don't know. Let me look that up. The High Sparrow. I don't know the reference there, but I do know that DFE was a Game of Thrones fan. I guess it kind of sort of looks like him a little bit. Let's see if we can type in green eyes, or if it looked like he kind of made him green. I don't know.
that day that he live streamed, I was kind of left with the impression that he was going to come back. Kind of waiting to see when that'll be, because I feel like it'll be pretty soon, as of just kind of like how things have been going lately. We'll see, though.
I think he'll be back. I do know right now there's a 101,000 share 502 level of support there. So if the market tries to push price back down to that 502 range, we'll see if that takes hits and disappears or if it stays there. It's a good fair chunk of price or share blocking for that price. I feel like there was something. Oh, I was going to share with you guys. Oh yeah. I totally forgot about this one. Come on, Casey. This is. It's like I need to carry a planner with me everywhere I go. All right. Inspector Bigums, AMC Bigums, posted this up, and I responded to it earlier. I didn't check in to see if it was actually true or not. Kind of taking it as truth. But if it is true, wow. This is reported by Macro Edge as saying Biden's senior economic advisor has stepped down. To which I believe I responded by saying, wow, that's confidence. Smack my face. Yeah, that's a great time to be stepping down, on the eve of something like
I
this.
didn't know it'll be out in September. Kamala will take over.
Yeah,
He'll be found incompetent.
I've got a bet. I've got an ongoing bet with Hunter that Biden won't finish his term. So I'm either going to win or lose a bet here.
Was he ever found competent?
At some point, I would think so. Yes. I think it's really scary that people would try to cover up for a long period of time. It scares me. And then look, and this is not like one party related or the other. It scares me that for Ronald Reagan that for a very long period of time that they were covering up the fact that he had Alzheimer's. I think that's horrible. Anybody who's serving as the president of the United States should take the responsibility of stating whether or not they can continue to be an effective leader for the country, regardless of whether or not it's just a show of position or not. To show signs of weakness like that and allow the country to be in the hands of people who are not really elected to be the leaders of the country is horrible. And I don't care which side of the fence you stand on politically, it's horrible. And I can't imagine that people would actually try to put on this face of like, well, we'll just pretend like everything's okay because he's only got, a year left of his term or something like that. Like, step aside. If you don't have what it takes, move. Get out of the way.
Yeah, but there's
the whole point of the whole process.
Who's the one controlling? If he's not capable of, who's the one making the decision?
Not only that,
but
where is Congress? Why aren't these people saying something and kicking them out of there using the 25th Amendment?
Great point. Which leads me to believe that he is capable, right? Like if he's capable, and because nobody else is willing to step forward and force the issue, then it's a non-issue, right? Like we're talking about something that doesn't even matter or doesn't count. But then why would he step aside to let Kamala take the position? It doesn't make sense. If you don't think you've got what it takes to continue to run the country, then step aside fully. I don't know. And again, I'm not trying to be like one-sided on a political party here. I would say the same thing for a Republican. it scared me for years that I lived through that and didn't even know that he had problems. That Reagan had problems. I lived there with my family. I saw Ronald Reagan during his presidency on the White House lawn. Like, I was there for that, and I had no clue that he had issues, declining health issues. It's not good.
That's where this is different. Is everybody with eyes and comprehension saw that. I mean, it's been apparent for a couple of years.
It should have been a red flag when his classified documents case came up and they wouldn't release the transcripts of him and the investigator. And that should have thrown everybody a red flag and said, whoa, wait a second. Because he's obviously got sundowners, which is a form of Alzheimer's or dementia. And that's why he can't do anything after 4 o'clock, because once the sun goes down, they lose it. They can't comprehend stuff. They also become violent as well. Ask me how I know. I worked for it for 10, 15 years, and I'd see it all the time.
It's when the medicine starts wearing off or something like that, right?
Now,
Is that what it is?
It's got something to do with your brain and, the circadian rhythm too. Because technically at night you start slowing down, right? So cognitively, he just,
checks out.
It's what we just, me and my wife, she sees a lot too. She's obviously an ICU nurse, but it's just that's why they call it sundowners. As soon as the sun goes down, they just, I don't know, they go blank. And sometimes they can be, they don't know what they're doing. They become violent, that kind of stuff. Saw it a lot in the memory care wards that we used to go to a lot. And they, these poor people don't know any better. They're like, what's going on? They've lost the, they can't comprehend it.
You guys are asking about I saw somebody asked about the Golden Cross. We're not there yet. What you're looking at here is the 50 is green and the red is the 200. In order for this to cross, we'll have to see price probably exceeding 5. We're going to have to pull up the 50-day average. So the 50-day average is sitting at around 5 right now, and the 200 is sitting at 26. So you would have to see price significantly shooting up beyond 526, probably somewhere in the 50-day moving average. I think because there's actually plenty of days within the last 50 days that have been over 550. There's just some of this problem is back here. You probably need to see price movement up to around, if I had to guess, somewhere around like 560 would probably cause the 50 to cross the 200 to get the Golden Cross, but it's not there yet. Just because somebody was asking about it. I don't really watch that too much. I know for a lot of other people it's a big, huge indicator, but I can't quite honestly say that I've ever made a trade off of something like that ever in my entire life. I've never traded into a stock because I saw a Golden Cross or a Death Cross ever. I make shorter term trades than that. I ain't got time for that kind of move. That's just me, though. There's other people who do other things. At $5.12, we reset the synthetic price failure for sure. Somebody eventually is gonna come along and be like, oh, Casey doesn't know what the hell he's talking about because he's never traded the Golden Cross or the Death Cross before. Whatever. I would be stupid of me to ignore the fact that there are portions of institutions that do trade on that, though, for sure, as a technical indicator. Turtle says it's numbers time. Let me take you over to the other page. It looks like Dario is putting something. I'll wager with you is a quote from the Badaduke story. I don't know what that is. I feel like I do know what that is. I've heard it before. I don't know what it is, though. All right. I'm taking you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. We are starting to see a decline now in the bond yields. So my guess is that maybe we're getting closer to that portion of the day where I feel like we're going to see another downtrend in the marketplace. And it could be market wide, including AMC. We may not even close green today. Wouldn't that be something? So let's take a look and see what we have trending now. Off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see there be about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As it stands, we have 48.21% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 9.11 for a combined total of 57.32%, or about 6.68% less of our volume going through those exchanges than I would expect to see. That is really, really super low, which tells me that we would probably not be doing as well as we're doing right now if we had seen the typical amounts of volume going through those exchanges as normal. CHX volumes at 23,891 shares. That is definitely elevated, but not over the 30K. That it seems like a lot to me. CHX is 5,687 shares. That's not very high as well. Taking a look at IBKR. There's currently no change in that in the last couple hours, still putting the available amount of shares at 3.4 million, fees at 2.87, and rebates 2.45. Ortex, as of an hour ago, was reporting 19,000 shares having been returned for the day-to-day on AMC. It's now reporting a white screen, followed by a dark screen, followed by numbers. 8,000 shares having been returned for the day-to-day. So that is some more shares being borrowed, but very few. It's not really going to change the estimated short share interest of the free float any. It's at 17.59. Cost per hour ends at 1.04. Average is 4.51 and max 4.72. There's approximately 100.39 million shares on loan for the day-to-day. That's 2.58 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimated about 620,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at GameStop, they're currently reporting 3.02 million shares borrowed. That's a big, big jump right there. We had not been seeing much. There's like 300,000 shares an hour ago. So definitely a lot of borrowing going on in GME all of a sudden. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day is coming in at a strike price of $5. An hour ago, there was 15.8 thousand contracts. It's now 16.6. Put side, highest amount of volumes at a $4.50 strike. There was 15.1 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 15.4. The market's suggesting a closing price between $4.50 and $5 by the end of the day today. That is definitely lower than where we're at right now. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME fell off the list about 2 hours ago, and has not found its way back on here. It did have an excellent 70 to 20% buy-sell ratio. I don't remember what the exact numbers were, but extremely good buying to selling ratio. AMC has not been on the list yet today. MMRI was 241.75 an hour ago. It's now 241.87. Not much of a change. And the spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.118 as of an hour ago and is now currently at 0.132. We're seeing a inverse. We've we've been seeing the 2-year rise up much quicker than we've seen the 10-year in the last couple hours of trading for the day. We started out the day with the spread between the 2-year and 10-year at 0.022. So just to give you an idea, it's gone up by like a full point. NASDAQ is up or down rather 3.25%. Dow Jones is down 2.48, and the SP 500 is down 2.81. We have 5,087 decliners, so 5,000 or 631 advancers. It was 617 an hour ago. It's ever so slightly creeping up further and further, but it's still hot like Halle Berry. Don't touch her, she's mine. Oh boy. Technology is the worst performing sector for the day today, down 3.3%, followed by consumer discretionary. Of the Mag 7, everything's red. The best performing stock of the Mag 7 happens to be Google, down 2.7%. Definitely getting a swing back down to the downside here in the market. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday or Friday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase down 5.93. FRC is up 7.69. SI is down 19.86. First Horizon is down 3.59. U.S. Stank Core is down 3.09. Citigroup is down 3%. Morgan Stanley is down 3.24. And S&P Global is down 2.83. Gold is down 1.55 and consolidating after a little bit of a downtrend. Silver is down 4.96 and trending down. Ethereum Classic is up 5.99 and trending up. The US dollar is down 0.45 and trending up. Oil is down 2.73, consolidating after a trend up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.24 to 0.32 and consolidating after a downtrend. And SPY is down 2.71 and is currently in a downtrend after having been in an uptrend in the earlier portion of the day today. VIX is up 43.01% at 33.45 and starting to break that downtrend back into an uptrend, and here it comes. The back half of the traded day for the day today is looking like it's going to be a little bit spicy here. Futures suggesting that we should see VIX around 29.23, which is up from 27, I think, an hour ago, while the VIX itself has been at 33 pretty much the whole time. So futures are starting to catch back up with the current VIX value. IWM is down 3.11 and is currently trending down after an uptrend. VB is down 2.62, also starting to move into a downtrend from an uptrend. Tesla's down 4.04, and I'm going to still call that one consolidating. Amazon is down 4.16, consolidating. Cinemark is up 1.15, consolidating. Doge is up 5% and trending up. Bitcoin is up 1.21, trending up. GME is down 3.84. It's trying to break an uptrend currently into a downtrend. HYMC is down 3.73, trending up. NCMI is down 5.72 and consolidating after a trend up. Hood is down 8.19 and consolidating after a trend up. And AMC is up 2.03 and is consolidating after a trend up. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, there's approximately $4.8 million more outflow than inflow. 15.81 million shares traded so far. Super low volume in contrast to what I thought we would see, but we're still on pace for 22.1 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I gave you a range between 30 and 50 million shares, and it looks to have been a little bit greedy on my part on where I felt volume was going towards. On a Greasy is the wrong word. 4-hour time interval. There's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.23, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.01, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.52, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.04, which is above average. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. Yunhua says, Casey, you're gonna go see The Crow. I gotta pick up my movies one at a time. So my next watch is gonna be Romulus, Alien Romulus. So that's the next one for me. I don't know if I'll be seeing The Crow or not. It looks like it's good, but there's another one that I want to see that's out. I think that I have not seen yet. I feel like I need to get to it before. We want to go back and re-see Deadpool. It was that good. I think Trap is one we want to see. Twisters. I feel like Twisters is one of those ones that you got to see in the movie theater because it's just nowhere near as good without it not being in the movie theater. I also want to see Fly Me to the Moon. So, I mean, there's so many that I want to see that I'm going to have to, I don't know. I'm going to have to pick and choose, I guess. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I don't know. And I hope there's an alien popcorn bucket. I think there is. And I'm definitely upping up my game. Hold on a second. I gotta look and see here because I'm pretty sure that AMC's probably tweeted out their Romulus popcorn bucket, but I gotta find it first. Did any of y'all get the Deadpool and Wolverine? I don't know what it's called. What is this called? I don't know what to call this.
A friendship
Prize
necklace?
pool? No, the prize pool that we all entered into to get, the baseball jersey, basketball jersey, the buckets, and all that kind of good stuff. Did anybody get that? Did anybody find out who won it? Because I didn't see anything on it. Tech says, do you think that the original aliens, the juice from the body eating through several levels of the ship was a little over the top? Nope. I like it. It kind of gives the alien this like status of like you don't want to, like, you want to kill it, but you don't want to kill it because if you do, that could be bad. Did they follow it up with it just doesn't seem like it always melts through everything, so it just seems like it kind of depends a little bit. It only melts through stuff when they want it to. That I would agree with. I'm looking for the bucket, and I don't see it. I don't know how they couldn't. Oh my gosh, guys. We went to Schlitterbahn, and my wife and I went up to the bar, the swim up bar that they had in the pool. And I got a twisted tea that was like the ultra big can that they have, that they sell of those. Anybody want to take a random guess on how much I paid for a tall can? Like the tallest can you can get. How much do you think I paid for that? Anybody?
$17.
I don't know if you could see that.
It'd just make me mad. I don't even want to hear it.
$11.50.
You guys are low.
$22.
Yeah, it was like with tax. I think somebody put in the comment section 18. With tax, it was like $18.50. Yeah, that's about right. One time I heard it was pretty close.
Yeah, I'm not.
It was about
I'm not paying
$18.50.
for one drink.
$18.50.
No, thank you.
One can. Yep. One can, large can, super large. Which, by the way, halfway through it, it got really hot because it was a hot day out, and it was barely even that cold. And, it wasn't really that cold at all. I couldn't believe it. I was like, who pays? I did.
That's just wasteful.
I paid once.
That's just ridiculously wasteful.
Yeah. I don't understand how anybody can get sales like that, but they were getting sales.
It's because Casey buys it.
Billy says one. I couldn't help myself. It's like I didn't know. It's like, hey, can I get this? They don't put the price up on the board for you to see. Actually, they did have it up on the board. Let me look here real quick here.
You were desperate. Or you just wanted it, whatever.
The largest Twisted Tea can size is a 24-ounce tall can. Yes, 24 ounces for $18.50. I nearly choked because I ordered it. And I was seeing everybody else getting their drinks, and they were getting these like froofy drinks and like these like really tall glasses and stuff, or not glass, but like plastic things. And so I was thinking to myself, like, this can't surely be a can of a drink. It's got to be something different, that they're like juicing it up a little bit and making it seem nice. So I ordered it thinking I'm going to be getting like some kind of like special drink for $18, and they slap it down. They slap a can on the table and a receipt. And that's what I got.
Your story is funny. You're like, everybody else was happy being swindled. I thought it wasn't.
No, everybody else they were buying like the froofy drinks and stuff that like came in these like really tall plastic things that, that made it look like it was a fun drink and cool. Like they were froofing everything up really good, right? So I thought, oh, well,
you got that one?
Texas Twisted Tea. I guess it was the only one that didn't look like a froofy drink because I didn't really feel like a froofy drink at the time. And so that's why I ordered was a Texas Tea, and it was, it was just the can of it. That was it. Can. It's ridiculous. And then we went and bought,
I was going to say, yeah,
2 churros. We got 2 churros. I got 3 bites into it and said, this tastes like cardboard. I can't eat any more of it. Melissa choked hers down. And I think those cost, I think between the two of them, it probably cost like $20 for those. There's like $10 a piece. Maybe it was 15. It was 15 probably for the 2. I forget. Was
this a county fair? What is this?
No, it was Schlitterbahn.
Water park.
It's a water park.
Oh, water park.
Yeah. Daria says, did you at least get a buzz? No. Not even close. I wish I could say yes, but it did nothing for me.
Yeah. I'd rather pay for Dippin' Dots ice cream. Would have been amazing.
They had that there. They actually had it.
Yeah. Because I think that's what I get at like Valley Fair when I went there. So that'd be worth more of your money versus what you got.
Dario says it takes about $100 to get drunk nowadays. Not at home.
Yeah, I don't know where Dario's drinking, but it doesn't cost me that much. I can promise you.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Casey, but the acid of the xenomorph, I'm okay if it goes through like one level of ship, but like acid's supposed to, like, I know it's sci-fi, right? But acid's supposed to like be used up in the chemistry, reaction, and it
It's
just
not
seemed
acid,
like
though. It's not acid.
whatever it was like there was way too much of it for what we saw. It's just like just kept going. Fine,
I just, it's like it drops one drop of acid through and it burns a hole through a bunch of different levels and everything. But then you blow its head off and nothing happens, right? Like that just didn't set well with me. And it's like, okay, so wind doesn't eat through everything,
I just watched that scene. Yeah, I was watching scenes because I was trying to prepare myself for the new one. It's up there on the level of like fear factor.
Yeah.
So yeah, like if you blow its head off, there should be some acid like on the walls, burning stuff. And
I mean, if you're gonna go along those terms, like killing it is probably gonna kill you. If it eats through ship levels of hull, then you being anywhere near killing it should kill you.
You're totally right about that though, because when you're like if they did that just by cutting it, they only cut a piece of it and the acid fell through the ships. Well, if they're like attacking or killing other of the whatever what are those, I don't know what that form is called. What's the crawler form?
I have no idea.
Basically, every one of them that they killed should have like torn through the whole ship, and it should have been
Right.
I mean, if you keep it tight, then you should be fine.
Yeah, keep the story tight.
Yeah, keep it tight.
Oh, Schlitterbahn is what I'm saying, Tindies. All right, I gotta go to break, guys.
Another one?
Now what the fuck are we supposed to do? Where's the real pretty shit now, man?
Oh man. All right, let me put the message on the screen here.
Dick.
What?
Who said that though?
I don't know. It sounded like it was Petro, but I think he might have just like had a hot mic or something.
Hey,
he's probably driving down the.
Somebody just cut somebody off and between two trucks, and I was like, "What a dick."
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. I totally felt like it. That's exactly. I don't know. My wife would have said it the same way. So I was like, it felt like you were driving down the road and you were calling somebody a dick. So I just that's what it sounded like.
Calling KC a dick.
I do that all the time in the car. I'll be driving down the road, some asshat. Like you'll be driving down the road, right? You'll pull around somebody. You'll get into the fast lane to drive around them, and they step on the gas like they're trying to race you or some shit. And the minute you break past them, they quit. Like they don't try anymore. But it's just like the entire time. Or sometimes you'll pull into the fast lane to go around them, and all of a sudden they feel like they need to get in the fast lane too. And it's like, no. You had a chance to get in that fast lane, and it was only when I came up that you felt like you needed to get over. You should wait until it's your turn, because you had plenty of a chance to get in that fast lane and pass that truck that you weren't passing before. I call them out. My kids probably think terrible of me for it, but I call them out all the time on the road.
Hey, Casey, is Petro the guy that you thought sounded like me, or is it a different guy?
No. The people that sound similar.
Because I was listening to Petro on YouTube and I could see some similarities.
No, it was it Captain Awesome, maybe? Might be Captain Awesome, I think. I don't know. It's not Petro.
Mystery.
Anyways, I apologize for calling somebody a dick. I didn't mean to. I didn't realize my damn microphone was on.
Well, I just thought you were saying it just randomly to me because I was getting ready to leave for break, and I thought, like, well, I can understand why you might feel that way.
No, not at all.
But I'm still going to break. All right. I got to go.
Cheers.
Before I go, though, I'm going to reset my sound. Hold on. Don't talk yet because I got to reset my sound. Testing. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
Loud and clear.
I knew there was a little bit of a delay on my sound again, so I had to reset it. So I'm not sure why that happens, but whatever. All right. I'll see you guys in a bit.
The VIX went down to 30. Now it's back up to 34. I'm going to get ready for a medical appointment that I don't want to go to.
Dental appointment?
No, it's just for.
Prostate exam?
No, I just been between myself and a few family members. I've been just in and out of visits way too much. Different treatments, different things. It's just, you get tired of talking to, you just get tired of checking in, checking in, checking out. Copay this, copay that, The crazy thing about medicine is they used to, at least private practice did, show you a lot of your bills before you actually, were seen or got treatment or anything, so you knew, you can make decisions. Now they just, try to hide all the like, oh, that's not our department, it's the billing department, and like, can you imagine? Oh yeah, we're gonna just like fix your house, but we'll give you the bill afterwards. Basically, like trying to hide all the billing and everything. Healthcare has been like a roundabout monopoly because they hide it, and they're like, oh, now you have the bill, and now if you're like, it's kind of like you can go find other treatment somewhere else, but they're gonna be, trying to hide their prices and stuff too. So you just, dealing with one sour experience after another because nobody can be upfront about what they cost. And then they're like, okay, yeah, contact your insurance company. But you know what? You talk to your insurance company, you don't even know what the treatments, you don't know what you're going to actually need before you're actually seen. But the clinic knows, but they won't tell you. And like, it's just crazy.
I can assure you there is protocols for insurance, and they will do the least amount first. And then you have to complain a little bit, probably to the doctor, and say, hey, I want this done. I want this done. It's okay to be vocal if you need stuff done. If you feel like, and I'm not saying you do, but if you feel like you're not getting treated or you want them to look at something else, tell them. Or if you don't like that they didn't give you pain medication, tell the doctor. He's got a Hippocratic oath to treat you. So I would just.
I guess my problem is with having all the bills hidden, and then getting treatments or tests done that you might not think are necessary, and there's some wiggle room, and they might do too many tests.
Very rarely, they're probably going to check with your insurance and say they're going to be like, okay, we do this, 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 and this, and then they're going to, if from my perspective, being in the room and talking to my wife, you literally have to tell the doctor, I want this done. If you don't feel like, and I'm just saying, I'm going down that rabbit trail of where you don't feel like it. I get the billing aspect of it sucks because you get a bill from the doctor, you get a bill from the hospital, and everything. So, yeah. And don't ever pay that first bill that you get because I almost feel like they set you up and the insurance didn't go through and they never tell you that you overpaid. So I always tell everybody, don't pay that first bill until your insurance kicks in and everything, and then pay the bill. Once it's, make sure your insurance has paid everything. You can also file an appeal with your insurance as well.
Well, because they say it takes like 3 months, or it takes a few months for it to go through insurance.
Yes.
Which is like, again, like, T+1. No, just joking. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Which isn't accurate anyway, right?
Which is like
nobody can tell you the T35.
Like, here's one example. So you get an eye test done at one clinic, right? And they're like, well, we did all these tests for this certain treatment, but you can't use those tests to get any prescription for glasses or anything, even though we did the exact same test that they would do, So they're like, you know what I mean? It's just all these visits.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Like, oh, okay, well, we won't cut into your profits. You don't cut into our profits, and basically the consumer has to pay twice.
For sure.
Oh, like,
they're like, we need to do an assessment. We don't take other people's assessments, right? Mm-hmm.
If it's like an eye exam is an eye exam. I get it, whatever this. But another thing is, like appointments where intake is just like taking your vitals basically and your information, and you're like, well, wasn't there going to be any like tests scheduled, or it's like, oh no, we don't have any time for any. Like, you know what I mean? Like there should always, like, you shouldn't have an appointment. Yeah.
So did you go to an emergency room? Is that what I'm saying, or what I'm seeing?
No, we have an appointment today, and I don't know. It just
is it an acute problem or is it a chronic problem?
It's a chronic problem that has had acute flare-ups. So we're
Right. Well, good luck, man. I'm sorry that you're having to deal with that.
yeah. It's just I don't know. I get to the point where I complain about it because I've had to deal with it so many times. So
Well, I hope it gets better for you.
yeah, thanks. I just need to. I guess I need to just pray out loud and just speak positivity.
There you go. Nothing
Yeah.
wrong with that.
But it's been a pretty interesting 24 hours on the market. Yeah, I wasn't trying to speak ill of it. I just the new Alien movie looks like looks really good for anybody who likes the Aliens movies. I watched Prometheus a few years ago, and I didn't even know it was an Alien movie until later in the movie. uh, have a good day, guys.
Take care.
4 dead, including 2 children from that hurricane in Florida.
Is this a wake or something? Is this a wake or something?
Just quiet. Nobody has anything to share. Just quiet. Nobody has anything to share.
It is awake. We're
Are you
watching
awake?
the stock market die.
Are you awake, Yucca?
We're watching the stock market die.
Are you awake, Yucca?
That's an echo.
We're watching the stock market die.
That's coming through Papa Max.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Is the echo gone?
No, he's still listening.
No, I've said, did my echo go away? I closed every window known to man on my computer.
Yeah, I think you fixed it.
Good. So are you getting any rain from this hurricane, Pirate, or is it all south of you?
No, it's all very far east of us. We've had beautiful weather here. It rained every day for a week, I don't know, last week or so, but it wasn't connected to that storm in any way.
Yeah.
In fact, I've been procrastinating fixing the sprinkler system that the internet guy broke. I finally went out yesterday and glued a new piece in it, and I let it cure overnight. I turned it on this morning, and it appears it's broken in another spot as well. So thought I was out of the woods on that one, but that's not the case. I had to get back out there and slap some more glue around.
Always something.
Always something.
It's gotten very dry around here in southeast Missouri. The grass is starting to turn brown, and usually happens much sooner in the summer than this summer, but usually for sure by August. So here we are. I downloaded a free app over the weekend. I wasn't 100% sure on the corners of my property. I kind of knew where they were, but this app lets you get within a foot or two, and so based on that, I could figure out pretty much exactly where they were. And me and my neighbor, we had not been necessarily mowing the right line, so to speak, but now I know.
Take a metal detector out there. You should be a metal pin in the ground.
Yeah, I looked and I didn't see anything. There's in 2 of the 5 corners of my property, there's a big 3 foot, or well, it's probably a 5 foot, but it's drove down in the ground. It sticks out about 3 foot survey marker. But the other corners, I couldn't find anything. There's an app you can get on your phone for 7 days for free. and it has most properties on it. It says, and definitely had mine. So
You care to give a shameless plug on what app you use, Papa?
it is called Land Glide, all one word, LANDGLIDE. 7 days free, and it doesn't even charge you after 7 days. It asks you if you want to subscribe after that, supposedly. So it doesn't even trick you into hoping you forget. But it's a Land Glide.
Thank you, sir. I'll have to check that out tonight.
I didn't quite catch that, but I think you said thanks, maybe.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Read the second to last comment.
Down to the bottom.
All right, I'm back. Looks like we had an attempt to break down below that level of support that I had showing up on the page here that I kind of left. Didn't really continue to move down for very far. Almost came back right back up and started trading right back inside that wedge again. Or I guess this is actually considered a triangle. I'm still kind of anticipating a drop in the market. I can see the VIX is up right now. We'll take a look at some of the numbers here just to kind of verify all this information and see if that's where if the market's still kind of trending in that direction. Give me 1 second here. I got to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account when you sign up for that. If your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you might want to do that, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Last but not least, make sure you guys are getting those statements of your portfolio from your brokers so you know what it is that you hold. If you thought this morning was problems with brokers, you just wait. It's only going to get worse. Starting with off exchange, take a look at what you got going on here in off exchange. We've got normally by this time of the day we'd see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got about 47.08% going through off exchange and EDGX at 9.19. The combined total, and that's 56.27%. That is 9.73% less volume going through those exchanges, meaning we would be doing much worse off today if we saw the normal amounts of volume going through those exchanges. So the market was kind enough to let us see some upwards momentum in price movement by not utilizing those as much. We have 29,574 shares going through CHX, which is just underneath my threshold of 30,000 being a lot of shares. There are being shares being returned today. GME CHX volume is coming in at 5,712 shares, not a whole lot going through that. IBKR is suggesting that there's been another borrowing of about 200,000 shares. That puts us at 1.7 million shares borrowed so far for the day to day, according to IBKR. Fees are at 2.84 and 2.48 for rebate. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 8,000 shares having been returned for the day, It's now reporting a nothing. Okay. We will skip past this, I guess, and come back to it maybe after options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $5 strike on call contracts. It was 16.6 thousand contracts in volume. It's now 18.6. The highest amount of put volume coming in at $4.50 strike. At 4.5, it was. Hold on a second. $15.4 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 16,000. Market's still suggesting a closing price between 4.5 and 5 by the end of the day today. Ortex data does still not want to show up, so we're going to go ahead and move on. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME were not on the list the last couple hours. GME was earlier this morning, but neither of them are on the list as of right now. MMRI was 241.87 earlier, and has dropped down to 239.9. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates .107. It was .132 as of an hour ago, so it's dropped back down again. We started out the day at .022. NASDAQ is down 3.98, Dow Jones is down 2.78, and the S&P 500 is down 3.3. We had 631 advancers as of an hour ago. There's now only 588 advancers. It's smoking hot like... it feels so weird to say like smoking hot like Halle Berry, because Halle Berry is like a good smoking hot. This is like so hot, it's nasty. Decliners, 5,170 decliners in the market for the day today. Super, super bad numbers. The worst performing sector. Technology. The second worst performing sector for the day today is consumer discretionary. Of the Mag 7, all down. The least worst down one is Meta, down 2.84%. Financial institutions that are down 2.5% or more since last Friday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 9.3%. FRC is up 7.69%. Silvergate is down 1.43%. I'm sorry, I'm only reading if it's 2.5 or more. Stank of California is down 2.68%. First Horizon down 4.4%. Stank of America is down 2.73%. U.S. Stank Core is down 3.66%. Citigroup down 3.81%. Morgan Stanley down 3.57%. American Express down 2.56%. Goldman Sachs down 2.64%. S&P Global down 3.24%. Gold is currently down 1.42% and looks to be trending upwards. Silver is down 5% and slight trend up still. Ethereum Classic is up 2.3% and trending down. US dollar is down 0.5% and looks to be moving into a period of slight consolidation after a downtrend. Oil is down 2.73%, consolidating after an uptrend. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.07 to 0.16 and trending up. SPY is down 3.26 and trending down. VIX is up 55.4% for the day today at 36.38. And futures are suggesting that it should be somewhere around 31.38. So we're still seeing the futures leading, or we're still seeing the VIX leading the futures and pulling the futures up. IWM is down 3.81 and trending down. VB is down 3.14, trending down. Tesla is down 5.17, trending down. Amazon is down 4.31 and consolidating after a trend up earlier this morning. Cinemark is up 2.15, trending up. Doge is up 1.6%, trending down. Bitcoin is down 2.23 and is trending down. Once again, breaking past that 52.8K level of support. GME is down 3.46 and is trending up. HYMC is down 4.98, trending up. NCMI is down 7.95 and trending down. Hood is down 9.12, trending down after a trend up, or consolidation after a trend up. And AMC is breaking even for the day today and is once again breaking out of this wedge that we've got going on for the day today. This time the secondary break is inside the box that I've got drawn up here. We might just see the stock trade sideways from here on out till the end of the day. We've got a couple of different people with stock predictions for the day today that are very, very, very close to not getting any predictions correct at all. In fact, I'm one of them. My top end of my price prediction for the day today was $4.95. So very, very close to not being accurate at all. The other person who's at risk is Nana and Tech. Nana's got a top of 474 and Tech's got 502. And I'm still trying to get Ortex to update, and it's just not seemingly doing it for whatever reason. Oh, I can't fix it. I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Good to be back. While I was on break, I got another one of those Jay Powell reports. Did you guys want to see that real quick? It's kind of funny.
What is it?
It's a Jay Powell.
Is it a real report or a
It's a fake.
meme?
Yeah, well, it's real. It's very real. Are you ready?
All right.
All right. Let's listen to good old Jay Powell.